You're live.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the 64th week of the Free Assange Online Vigil. My name is Andrew Smith. I'm joined, as always, by Steve Poikonen. Today, we will be going through live as the tweets roll in for the court coverage. Court has started. I'll put the links into the chat for the people who will be following. It's Mohammed Almazi, Kevin Gostola, Juan Passarelli, Mary Kostakidis, and Defense Assange. So I look forward to going through all this with you guys.
Can you shoot those over to me, please,
Yeah.
so I don't have to look for stuff half asleep?
I'm trying to put out a promo tweet now that we're already live and on the air. Good morning, everyone. It's hella early on the West Coast. I'm not looking at 3 o'clock yet. This is gonna be fun.
Send all the coffee.
Yeah, I may be getting up at some point to make another cup of coffee. I'm not entirely sure yet.
Do you want me to start going through these, or do you want to start, Steve?
I just had Mo's feed pulled up. So I'm gonna, this is our good friend Mohammed Almazi, who, as of about 48 minutes ago, says professor of computer science at Christian Grothoff. Mo's tweet is making me look more tired than I am. Professor of Computer Science, Christian Grothoff of Bern University of Applied Sciences, has just been sworn in via video link. He was asked to look at the unredacted classified diplomatic cables after the release of the documents. Professor Grothoff confirms that the file that David Lee had access to was encrypted to such an extent, quote, that made it basically useless to anybody that did not know the encryption key. The encryption key was described in David Lee's book as a very long passphrase. One can determine how much brute force it would take to break the password. Professor Grothoff says, adding that the computational effort would have been prohibitive. The WikiLeaks site was under constant attacks, direct denial of service attack by as yet unknown attackers to make the site less visible. Professor Grothoff explains that a denial of service attack directs computers to request the resources of the website as if they were normal users, to the extent that the website cannot handle the number of requests, to the extent that actual users can't make use of the website. Andrew, if you want to put that into non-professorial context.
Yeah, so what they're talking about right now is a denial of service attack. And the easiest way to describe it is if one person tries to go on the website 10,000 times and it stops other people that are trying to get on the website organically and originally one time from doing it. So it basically fills the doorway essentially with artificial people trying to access it while there's someone waiting to get in, but there's too much other traffic going down the road, so to speak. I hope that helped.
Yeah, it's like a traffic jam, more or less.
Yeah, and it is. It's like trying to log into a website or pull up a website thousands and thousands of times a second. Mo continues with a couple more of these, and then I'll jump over to Kevin Gostola's thread and see what he's got, because Mo's last tweet is from about 40 minutes ago. Every DNS server providing WikiLeaks services started to terminate WikiLeaks services because the access was undermining their ability to serve other customers. So people started to mirror the website, which WikiLeaks had asked people to do. Which is basically you're just making a mirror image or a copy of the website so that other people can see what's on it, which is typically hosted somewhere else to be able to aid with the undermining of the site via the DDoS attacks. So let's go over to Kevin Gostola's thread and see what he's got going on. Certainly there's a little bit more recent information. The last tweet from Mo was like 40 minutes ago.
Kevin also has a lot of good backstory we can get into too with his first few tweets. Not right now, but just once we're caught up.
Okay. So basically picking up from where we were talking about the DDoS attacks and mirroring, um, let's see.
And just real quick
Go
before
ahead.
we dig in, just to give people some context, Summers is Mark Summers. He is a defense attorney for Julian. Just so that way when that name comes up, people kind of know who it is. That's all.
So we've got the defense asking questions here. Summers says, if one had followed the instructions on the WikiLeaks website and mirrored the site, would you have copied unredacted classified cables in that process? Professor Grothoff says, no. The U.S. government accessed the unredacted cache of over 250,000 cables through Pirate Bay on September 1st, according to a report provided to Professor Grothoff by the Assange legal team. Grothoff says WikiLeaks first made unredacted cache of cables available around September 2nd, and by that time the material was already available and virtually impossible to stop. As done with nearly every witness, the prosecution is trying to make it seem Grothoff is inappropriately biased. Primarily, they're focused on the extent of materials Grothoff depended on for research that came from defense attorneys. Um, Smith asked if anything would show Grothoff was not impartial. Professor Grothoff could not recall, adding, we know that Mr. Assange did publish information about war crimes being committed by governments, which makes him a sympathetic character. The prosecution confronted Grothoff with a signature he added in 2017 to an open letter to President Donald Trump to end the grand jury investigation into WikiLeaks. Grothoff insisted he still conducted a fair analysis of what happened with the unredacted cable cache. So that's about where we're at in terms
Is Smith a new prosecutor?
One more time?
Is Smith a new prosecutor? Because I haven't heard that name before.
That's a fair question.
Because we had Claire Dobbins as the prosecuting junior attorney. That was the lady who pretended like her husband got coronavirus. And then
I'll ask Kevin right now.
Okay. And then we had James Lewis, who was the lead prosecutor that the end of week 1 woke up in the wrong house. And then Dobbins called in sick for him an hour and a half later.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
I'm going to hop over here to the Defense Assange account and see where we're at with them real quick, because they have a bunch of stuff coming up. So, okay, yes, I do have an answer here. Just going through the Defense Assange Twitter thread, they said, end of defense questioning. Now Joel Smith cross-examining for the prosecution. So it does look like the prosecution actually switched out attorneys here. To where previously we only had, like we were saying, Lewis and Dobbins, and now they're bringing in Smith, who I've previously had no information on. So
prosecution digging deep into the roster. I've got a couple of more recent updates from Richie Medhurst's feed.
Okay.
Professor Grothoff had been asked whether he personally looked at the files. He said he did as part of his research, and he had obtained them via Kryptone. He was asked how many people WikiLeaks disclosed the encryption key to. Grothoff replies he has no idea, but that perhaps putting it in a book, as David Lee did, might have done the trick. So, well done, Professor Grothoff, because this is the book that the prosecution keeps referring to as like their one solid piece of evidence that Julian Assange is a horrible person who didn't give a fuck about the lives of informants. And this book is like equal parts works of fiction and anti-WikiLeaks propaganda in order to get public opinion on Julian Assange to shift. So it's nice to see that the defense, or at least a defense witness, has been able to sort of weaponize the one piece of equipment that the prosecution have been consistently trotting out and referring to and trying to use to beat the defense over the head with. I'm
So
for that.
over on the defense Assange Twitter, it goes through the questioning pretty deep. This is as of 16 minutes ago. Do you think the prosecution in America is a step into darkness? Quoting Grostow's open letter. This is the prosecution asking questions. Grostow replies, I think it's dangerous for press freedom. Yes. Smith, the prosecutor, says, do you have an interest in how this case comes out? Grostow replies, of course I do. I have a view that is, this prosecution seems unfair, but I tried to look at it if there was a case for the prosecution, and I don't find any evidence of that. The prosecution says, so you are biased. Grostow replies, no, I believe you're confusing actions WikiLeaks made to hide the documents from publishing them. So I say that you are wrong and did not properly do your homework as to who published them first. So I think it's unfair that you charged him with publishing them. And I'll keep going here because this is a new line of questioning. And so I'm not too familiar with the way that Joel Smith here for the prosecution is going to play out his line of questioning. But if anything, it seems to be just very QC Lewis style, where he's just trying to make the witness say, yes, I'm biased. No, I'm not an expert. But even then, even when he asks him if he's biased, he literally says, no, I believe you're confusing the actions of WikiLeaks made to hide the documents with publishing them. So I say that you are wrong and did not properly do your homework. Every single time they start asking questions of witnesses, the prosecution just gets slapped down. It continues with Smith saying, I believed that publishing the redacted cable should not. No, this is Grostov, I believe. I believe that publishing the redacted cable should not be a crime. Some of the specific accusations in the indictment seem to be wrong. My opinion hasn't changed after looking at the facts again. Prosecution asks, are you accepting signing this open letter makes you unbiased? He says, no. As I said, I don't even remember signing this letter. I looked at this material objectively. You looked at the cables. Did you think that at Iraq and Afghan files? He says, no. This is prosecution again. In your research, did you download the encrypted files? Grostov says, yes. Prosecution, did you get them from WikiLeaks? Grostov says, no, I downloaded them from crypto. Jumping down a little bit here. Passphrase. The prosecution says, the more people you gave the passphrase to, the weaker it becomes. And Grostov says, not necessarily. When you put it in a book, yes. The prosecution then goes, but also you gave it to many people and they gave it to other people, right? And Grostov says, like Mr. Lay did, yes. And as Steve was pointing out before, this actually got previously blocked by Vanessa Bratster entering into the record first. So I'm really glad that they were able to circle back and get it put back in at this time. The prosecution, this is still on the defense of Assange. The prosecution says, how many did WikiLeaks give it to, referring to the number of different companies or people that may have had it? Grostov replies, I have no idea. Medium partners included 50 outlets. Fair to say that at least 50 were given in unredacted cache. Grostov replies, no, because they may have been given partial access. They may have been given, and it may have been given by different means. But 50 organizations were given access. So not just Mr. Lay. Is that correct? The prosecution asks. Grostov replies, as far as I can tell, Mr. Lay is one of the few given access to the full set, and only Mr. Lay gave the passphrase away. So it may be
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, David Lee.
Yeah, so it may be just So it may just be that the other organizations were reliable. Grostov continues from Lee's book. Mr. Assange was reluctant to give full access to the cables. It also shows the media partners were given access just to the documents that were relevant to their country, which I think is important to point out because that's something most people don't realize about Cablegate. That it was originally supposed to be released over the course of a year, going country by country, local news station to local news station, talking about these leaks themselves. But thanks to David Lee, I think, that wasn't able to happen. He released the full keys in a book that put all of that out there in a way that they no longer felt it was possible to go country by country, city by city, and break down what Cablegate means to each country. So that's a pretty disappointing thing.
This is a good little exchange right here. This is on Kevin Gastola's page. Joel Smith, prosecutor, told Grothoff, "You're biased and you're partial." Grothoff replied, "You are confusing actions WikiLeaks made to obscure the documents with them publishing it." Grothoff additionally told the prosecutor the government did not properly do their homework identifying who first published these cables, and it was unfair to accuse Assange of publishing unredacted classified cables. So now we've got the professor lecturing the prosecutor, telling him both where his many mistakes have been and where the gaping holes in the prosecution's case are. Is Goatsy a secret prosecutor?
Oh,
Is
God
this
damn
like
it.
the emergence of Weave again? Is like Goatsy security behind all of this?
So
God
I just
damn
think it's pretty hilarious that the U.S. prosecution brings in their third tier prosecutor, like a guy that they're not even referring to as part of the Queen's Court QC. I don't know if he is or isn't, but most times they'll slap a QC on there, annotating that it's a British attorney, as opposed to a U.S. attorney. Like you have James Lewis QC. You have Claire Dobbins QC, and then you have this gentleman just referred to as Smith. So I don't know if he's from the U.S. or if he's actually from England. So I think that'll be an interesting thing to get clarified here. But this is essentially their last attempt, I hope, because this is prosecutor number 3 that within the first hour already solicited humor from a witness about the absurdity of the questions.
They're playing musical chairs with lawyers at this point.
Yeah. And they're all like, they should just stick with Lewis and just let him get his fucking face beat into the dirt over and over again. Because at this point, it's just making everybody look like amateur hour.
You know what, dude? But like the cynic in me gets really nervous when shit like this happens, because when you expose the fact that, you know, like the emperor has no clothes, to put it metaphorically, when you point that out, a lot of people who are partial to the empire get mad. Like it's somehow going to be both WikiLeaks' fault and the fault of Julian's defense team that the prosecution is doing such a piss poor job. Like,
I mean, that's not a bad claim. Oh, the defense was so good that the prosecution sucked. Like that's kind of how it's supposed to go. But I think the prosecution just sucks in their own right. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that there's other circumstances, because this is such an absurd case.
We were talking about this a little bit yesterday with Elizabeth Voss, which, by the way, man, if you're watching and you didn't see that from yesterday morning, go check that out at some point. A great conversation once again with Elizabeth Voss. But like the simple fact that even Vanessa berates her has like either lost like respect or has realized that the prosecution has lost the narrative to the point to where she has snapped not just once or twice, but now several times at the prosecution. It is pretty fucking telling
Well,
of just how.
I think that's why Lewis got taken off of the questioning line, is because every step of the way he was fighting with Vanessa Baraitster, even after she was concierging for the State Department. Like, they have 4 hours to question. The prosecution has 4 hours to question most witnesses. The defense gets about 30 minutes at best.
And then they get 30 minutes on redirect.
Right. So they get
for
an hour.
versus the 4 hours that the prosecution gets. Yeah.
Right. So it's
What?
pretty.
How? Why? Who made
And
that
then
stupid rule?
And then to top it off, every single day last week, the prosecution was asking for more time. Lewis literally yelled at the judge and had to say, "I'm sorry." And that's where we had Dobbins step in a day or two afterwards. And Dobbins hit the ground so hard that they now have to bring in this new dude that I don't know who the fuck he is. And I've been following this like it's a religion. So I think it's a good sign that the prosecutions have
Nope.
just
Repeat
like,
that. You cut out for a second.
oh, I don't know what I was saying.
I lost you at I think it's a good sign the prosecution is, and then it went.
I think it's a good sign the prosecution's failing and they're having to bring in these other attorneys, because from the looks of it, it looks like Vanessa Baraitser, who's a hanging judge, is so upset that she's like, I'm not dealing with Lewis anymore.
From personal experience, and this is why I get nervous when shit like this starts to roll like quote unquote our way, is that the only thing more dangerous than a bored cop is a scared cop. And the prosecution has got to be a bunch of fucking frightened ass cops right now. Like that's when we're, I expect to see like massive technical difficulties and a manufactured outburst that reflects poorly on the defense or reflects poorly on Julian. Because keep in mind that like the system of communication that the UK court is using is some sort of like super clunky, no way, shape, or form streamlined, doesn't even have the capabilities that Zoom has, software that they alone have control over. So it would be incredibly easy for them to fuck with it. Having said that, I am really glad that the case against Julian Assange is hinged so much on innuendo and fabrication and fucking propaganda, because as soon as you start bringing witnesses in to question them, it's incredibly easy to just shred the prosecution's line of attack in this case, to the point again to where we've now got a university professor lecturing a prosecutor about the government not doing its homework before bringing this case.
Right. And I don't know what could be better grounds to throw a case out than that, honestly. So to compare it to another situation, it's like when the DNC tried to sue everybody about Russiagate, where all they did was put their propaganda into a court case, and it failed miserably to the point that they had to back out. And I think that may be hopefully a point that we're approaching, is where the prosecution has to literally say, like, fuck it, like, they did it again. We got to circle back in 10 years to try to take free speech away.
I'm trying to keep up with my chat, but yes, no, it's it.
No, you're good.
You're absolutely right.
I'm going to hop over to Juan's thread here and see where he's at. Mo has a bunch of new tweets out too. Oh, it's so cold. So this is Juan Passarelli's as of 10 minutes ago. Prosecutor Joel Smith says, moving into the mirror, was the public encouraged by WikiLeaks to mirror the site? Grostoff said, WikiLeaks published the instructions on how to mirror their website. Grostov continues, WikiLeaks encouraged the mirror to create a haystack. If there are any mirrors that contain the file, then it was a very good idea to create thousands of mirrors that would have made it difficult to find the file. As for the motivation, I don't know if that is the case. Smith, the prosecutor, Smith putting words into Grostov's mouth by saying WikiLeaks was deliberately hiding the encrypted files amongst thousands of mirrors. Grostov continues. Grostov protests, I can't comment on the motivation, but it certainly was the effect. Smith continues to question, saying, do you know what the content of the cables on August 23rd through 30th? Grostov says, yes, they were all unclassified cables. Smith continues, WikiLeaks announced, I'm sorry, I'm like freezing. WikiLeaks announced the searchability. Do you accept that? Grostov says, yes, they did release them in a searchable format.
So I'm gonna pull up Richie's Twitter thread right now because there's something that I feel like the audience might get a kick out of. Here, let me enlarge the screen a little bit. Oh, motherfucker.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go over and read Mary Costakias's real quick because she kind of opened this part up a little bit more. So Smith asking about specific cables released.
Here, you cut out a little bit and I got what I wanted to. So now instead of just simply having a professor lecturing the prosecution, we've got the Professor Grothoff using the prosecution's own favorite book against them. So Grothoff also quotes from David Lee's book, it had been a struggle to prize these documents out of Assange, underlining his reluctance to give access as opposed to what the prosecution is alleging. And then here is the book and the quote that just got dragged into this court case. Once again, this is the prosecution's favorite piece of text to quote to that Professor Grothoff is now just fucking flipped right back on them like, oh yeah, I read that book too. Funny, you didn't mention this bit. This is in any other reality, like this would be a nationwide televised broadcast where 800 legal experts were on every single channel picking apart every minute aspect of this case. And here we are with like a couple of tired, haggard ass motherfuckers that, you know, almost 3:30 and almost 6:30 respectively, running through a Twitter feed because even though we're media, we don't have access to the actual court proceedings.
Which, so for a little self shout out, if you look down in the doobly-doo description down there, we have all of our call to actions up. One of them includes, it is the one titled Abysmal Technological Incompetence. And even though we're in the last week, we can still demand that this trial be broadcast to the public because they do have the technical means to do it. This is a first world nation, one of the richest in the world, that's intentionally hiding this court trial. So if you could look down there in the description box, there's 6 different call to actions. Please do all of them. There's pardons, there's Reporters Without Borders stuff, tons of things. But the biggest is pressuring the UK government to make this a public trial. And what we're going to do afterwards, if we do not get a public video feed, and even if we do, we're going to demand that they release the trial, at least on tape in full. So that way it can be scrutinized by legal experts and the rabble afterwards. Because it should be a simple Freedom of Information Act request, I think, if it works the same way in the US to get these kinds of documents. Let me see. I'm going to hop into Mary's real quick. Let me pull that up.
Okay, I've got Consortium News's feed up currently. So okay, let me editorialize here for a moment. Um, the fact that we have a whole bunch of different individuals and personalities who are able to watch the proceedings and are able to live tweet this, uh, it is wonderful because we're getting completely different takes on the exact same exchange of events, and each different person's Twitter thread that we go to that is, covering this live has a different piece of information that sticks out into their minds, which is why doing live commentary like Andrew and I are is a pretty fucking unique thing, because we're not being influenced by our own biases while watching this. We're extrapolating information from a number of different sources, and it's also why I'm trying to get a like at least or maximum 3-person panel for Saturday's vigil that's comprised entirely of people who have had live access to this fucking charade, um, from the moment it began, uh, because again, it's like everybody's having a different moment where they're picking up on something that either the defense or the prosecution or a witness said, and choosing to put that bit out. And it's all different. It's all fucking a unique perspective, and um, it'll be cool as fuck when we actually get uh, 3 of these journalists on a panel at the same time, because I don't even think that has happened yet, where there's been a broad discussion with people who have been covering this thing. Um, so since
So,
Andrew bragged on us a little bit, I'm going to do that too, because we're actually doing some shit that nobody else is doing right now. Uh,
and I appreciate everybody letting us broadcast over on the MCSC network. I think it's really cool. Nico may be joining us later. I look forward to having him hop in with this too.
Hey, repeat
But
that.
just,
Repeat that. You cut out again.
sorry, Nico House over the owner of the MCSC network. He's letting us broadcast on his channel, and he may be hopping in with us at 10:30, which 4 hours essentially, maybe a little bit later than that. So I really appreciate him letting us do this. But to hop back over to Mary Kostakidis, and this is referring to the Cablegate releases. Joel Smith, the prosecutor, the third tier prosecutor, says these cables were then released in searchable form, where the
can we
witness,
start calling him Joey Bush League? Or is it Joel? Is it Joe or Joel?
Joel.
Okay, Joel Bush League.
The witness then says, "What's that got to do with it?" Smith says, "So WikiLeaks emphasized that it releases cables in searchable form, and Difratov does not mention mirrors." I can't remember the witness's name, but the witness then replies, "Anytime you copy a file from the web, you mirror it. It's technically called mirroring." Smith said they didn't publish the password, and they didn't. So the prosecutor says they didn't publish the password. The witness then says they hunt it is public. So, they say it is public. So they clarified there. And then continued that WikiLeaks disputed the Difratov story. And then Smith continues, quoting WikiLeaks' tweets that the cables are still being released and WikiLeaks is making use of mirrors to do it, tweeting, including secret. The witness replied, what's his last name?
Grotov?
Grotov. Grotov replies, you may have to include these cable releases by media partners, which include classified documents. Smith argues, who told you they were experts in deciding? Grotov says they are experts in journalism. It's a common presupposition. Probably not the actual word. Do you know who all the media partners given cables are? And Rostov replies, no. So I think that it should be on the prosecution to know who the media partners are and the order in which they were released. Because Grostov's putting a pretty good understanding into the public space here about the fact that if you're going to prosecute Julian, you have to prosecute whoever published first. Because WikiLeaks was not the first person to start publishing this information, and it was specifically set up that way to where one of these, I believe it may have been like the Guardian or Der Spiegel or New York Times, but the larger publications put this information out first, and then WikiLeaks put it out in whole. So that's a really important distinction, because what Rostov is saying throughout most of this is you have to go after the other people too if you're doing this, that it's not just Julian. At least that's kind of what I'm taking away from it.
Which, of course, the UK government has no real interest in going after the Guardian, and the German government has no interest in going after Der Spiegel. And we know that the US government, at least prior to 2016, had no interest in going after the New York Times, because they called going after Assange the New York Times problem. Or at least that was the phraseology that the Obama Justice Department used when originally writing up a secret warrant and impaneling a secret grand jury, against Julian Assange and WikiLeaks.
So I think it's worth mentioning the way that the Obama administration rolled this out, this prosecution, because it is, the simple thing to say is, well, Obama didn't prosecute WikiLeaks. And in reality, at least as I see it, Obama opened the door and laid all of the legal foundation necessary to have someone get prosecuted under a conspiracy charge in coordination with the Espionage Act. Going as far as to not pardon Chelsea Manning, but to commute her sentence. Not that I'm not happy that her sentence was commuted, but there is a difference between a commutation and a pardon. And with commuting her, Obama's Justice Department left the door open for this prosecution to continue and laid all of the legal framework down. So there's a lot of undue credit given to the Obama administration for not prosecuting WikiLeaks, when all they did is leave the door open for the next administration to do so.
If you think of the last, I don't know, 20 to 40 years of American politics and American presidents as being more caretakers than I suppose leaders, would be a good way to put it, then what you really got is a sort of like loosely affiliated team and a loosely affiliated overarching strategy that that totally leaves political party in power out of the equation. And just as George W. Bush extremely expanded the powers of the office of the presidency and what they called the unitary executive, and handed all of those powers over to Barack Obama. Barack Obama then took that, turned it into a dictator's toolkit, and handed that over to Donald Trump, who will in turn hand it over to someone or not. Like, I really still don't know if we're having elections in November or not. But it's non-ideological what is happening with this continuity of government. It's a uniformity in that it's always an increase in surveillance. It's always an increase in government overreach. It's always furthering the attacks on the press. And sorry, friends, there's really no voting that out. Like, you don't get to vote your way out of an oligarchy. You don't get to vote your way out of a dystopian surveillance empire. The only way that you can do that is through massive and organized direct action. You're muted. Still muted.
And that's why we have an action. I was going through and liking people's threads, sorry. But we have an action submission box open. If you are someone inclined to take action and would like it to be posted, please look down in the description. And we do have a submission box if you choose to use it. You can also DM us on Twitter with your tweets. You don't have to. If you are someone that's taking action and wants to keep it private, please do so. We understand in this situation, but what we would like to do is absolutely encourage everyone to be the action in your town. Be the person that goes out and puts up posters and hands out flyers. Even if you think like, I really don't want to go do this by myself, it makes a difference because you will be the one person in your community doing it. So please get out in the streets and do whatever you can. Yeah, I'm trying to see where Juan Passarelli is.
I may be getting up at a point here to go make more coffee.
No, you're good.
And if I'm gone for a while, it's because I'm very particular about my coffee, and
Because he fell back asleep.
I only have one method of making coffee here at the cabin, at the stabbing cabin. It's really not. That was a completely different property that I'm not allowed to talk about. But I only have like the pour over thing where it's got the little filter that sits on top of the cup of coffee, and then you pour boiling water over that, and it brews you like a perfect self-contained cup of coffee. But it takes a while because it's being done on a stovetop with a kettle and so yeah.
So this is as of 10 minutes ago-ish. I'm coming from Juan Passarelli. Grostoff says we have 3 parts of the cable releases. 1, media partner releases with redacted and without redactions, with redactions or without redactions necessary. 2, the publication of unredacted cables. And 3, the publication of secret cables by third parties, referring to David Lee's book for the last 2, I believe. Smith questions Grostoff if media partners were experts. Who told you they were experts? Which is a pretty ridiculous kind of question. But Grostoff says when people work in journalistic organizations, the assumption is that they're journalistic experts. I think it's fair. I don't think they would be hired by The Guardian and the New York Times if they weren't experts, right? But Grostoff continues. I did not look at the cables labeled strictly protect. My presumption is that the U.S. government labels something unclassified that can be shared without vast amounts of people, and it is safe.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Or I'll be back in a few minutes.
Smith continues here. Smith picks up again and says, on the 31st of August, and I think this is 2010, Cryptome publishes the password, and later that day, someone published the searchable cables online. The court breaks. The court breaks for a tweet that Grostoff finds a tweet that is relevant to the case. So that was as of a minute ago. So I'm going to hop over to Defense Assange. I'm sorry if that bird's driving anyone else crazy or if you can hear it. It's pretty ruthless.
I can definitely hear it.
So while we wait for Steve to get back and while we wait for the threads to get more populated, because everyone is at the same point waiting for tweets to come through, I'm going to screen share if I can. And I'm going to go through an article here real quick. And this is something that Mohamed Almazi published, and this is: the Argentinian president joins 12 other world leaders to denounce the prosecution of Julian Assange. Over 167 notable ministers, heads of state, and parliamentarians have added their names to a growing list of those calling for an end to the prosecution of WikiLeaks publisher and the award-winning journalist Julian Assange. President Alberto of Argentina and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro have joined 11 other former presidents from 11 different countries in endorsing an open letter blasting the prosecution of WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange. The letter describes the 17 Espionage Act charges against Assange as violating the rights to freedom of expression, the freedom of press, and the right to know. A campaign group of lawyers the campaign group Lawyers for Assange to organize the letter, which was originally published on the 14th of August of this year, and had the support of over 189,000 jurists, lawyers, academics, and lawyer associations before the latest set of endorsements. The letter, which is addressed to the UK Parliament Minister Boris Johnson, along with other high-ranking cabinet members, echoes the assessment of the Commissioner of Human Rights of the Council of Europe, saying the broad and vague nature of the allegations against Julian Assange and the offenses listed in the indictment are troubling, as many of them concern activities at the core of investigative journalism in Europe and beyond. Extradition on the basis of the indictment would gravely endanger the freedom of the press, a cornerstone of European democracies enshrined in art. 10 of the European Convention on Human...
Hey, your audio keeps getting quiet. Make sure you're close enough to your camera.
Sorry. Okay. Extradition on the basis of the indictment would gravely endanger the freedom of press, a cornerstone of European democracies enshrined in Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, according to the open letter. It brings particular attention to the findings of the UN expert Niels Melzer, that Mr. Assange showed clear signs of psychological torture, and decries the fact that he has been detained time and facilities to prepare his defense in violation of the principles of equality of arms, which is inherent to the presumption of innocence and the rule of law. The list of notables includes former Brazilian presidents Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff, former Colombian president Ernesto Samper, Bolivian ex-president, I'm not going to try to pronounce everybody's names, former Ecuadorian president Rafael Correa, and former Spanish president Jose Zapatero. The current and former world leaders are further accompanied by the endorsement of 153 other politicians, diplomats, and ministers from 27 countries around the world. Former President Lula da Silva himself, a former prisoner under what may be considered a political prosecution, said in a statement that if the Democrats of planet Earth, including the journalists, all lawyers, all unionists, and all politicians, have no courage to express themselves in the defense of Assange, so that he is not Democrats out there.
Hey, repeat that last sentence you cut out for a second.
Okay. If the Democrats of planet Earth, not referring to a political party, including all journalists, lawyers, unionists, and all politicians, have no courage to express themselves in defense of Assange so that he is not extradited, it means we have a lot of Democrats out there who are liars. Assange would be perceived as a hero of democracy. He does not deserve to be punished. I hope the people of the UK, the people of France, the people of the United States will not allow this atrocity, Lula da Silva added. I'll read this last quote and then I'll kick back over to the threads real quick.
Start over. You cut out.
Australian MP Andrew Wilkie has also endorsed the letter, and he said Julian Assange is being politically persecuted for publishing information that was in the public interest, including hard evidence of U.S. war crimes. The perpetrators of those war crimes, America, is now seeking to extradite Mr. Assange, is unjust in the extreme and arguably illegal under British law. If it goes ahead, not only would Mr. Assange face up to 175 years in prison, but the precedent would be set for all Australians, and particularly journalists, that they are at risk of being extradited to any country they offend. Australia does not have what we call the First Amendment here in the U.S. David McBride's case, actually, and we're going to try to get him back on here soon, highlights that, because if you remember the news story a while ago where the ABC offices in Australia were raided, the Australian Broadcasting Company, and the government seized documents, it's because in Australia, the government literally has the ability to rewrite news stories that are already published.
Hey, kill your share screen.
What?
Kill the share screen. You're done with it. There you go.
Stop sharing. Am I back? I am back. Cool. So let's see where we're at. I'll pick back up with. It looks like they are still looking for the tweet. So let me see where Kevin Gastola's left off. Cool. So this is as of roughly 4 minutes ago. Grostov said effectively by encouraging mirrors of the WikiLeaks sites, they were effectively building a haystack, in which it would be difficult to find the mirrors as the needle and encrypted files containing unredacted cables. Though when WikiLeaks first started encouraging mirror sites, especially after the direct denial of service attacks, which is flooding their website so other people can't get on, David Lee and Luke Harding had yet to publish their book with the passphrase. Smith, the prosecutor, ascribed the importance of WikiLeaks releasing the cables in searchable form that Grostov didn't understand. And when Grostov said as much, Smith got prickly. Prickly. I love Kevin. Is it somewhat harder to follow because the cables... it is somewhat harder to follow because we have cables that were published by media partners that were published on the internet with information the U.S. views as sensitive still in the documents. But that does not mean in 2011 came from the cache at the issue. So to reword that a little bit, there were other people that published these cables first. And it doesn't inherently mean that it was WikiLeaks that published them. They were the original person to bring these media partners, released by others first and in different amounts, because WikiLeaks had an overarching media strategy of wanting to go country by country over the course of a year and work with local news to get these stories ran. So we have another tweet 40 seconds ago. In keeping track of the points where prosecutors criminalized journalism, Grostov suggested media partners would have experts on what should be made public and what should be withheld in cables. Smith bristles with contempt. Who are you? Who told you they were experts? Smith says. So we talked earlier in the stream, but I'll get everybody caught up a little bit about the nature of the U.S. prosecution right now. Week one was all James Lewis. Woke up in the wrong house.
Repeat that. You cut out again.
Sorry, I'm trying to be quiet. I still have like 20 minutes.
No, you're literally freezing up.
Okay. So
hey, it's Kevin.
To recap, right? The bad Kevin.
To recap, the good Kevin was on for a second.
Oh.
He popped in and popped off.
To recap the U.S. prosecution, though, first week was all James Lewis. On Thursday of the first week, he forgot his laptop charger and notes in court, signifying that he planned on coming back.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Hey, 1 second. Let me give me a little light.
Okay. So to finish the recap, first week, all James Lewis. James Lewis forgot all of his stuff on Thursday of the first week. Ms. Dobbins had a coronavirus scare. Second week, James Lewis carries all the way through until Friday after he questions Daniel Ellsberg and refuses the testimony of El-Masri. Even though the statements are accepted, technology denies El-Masri the ability to actually make and be questioned in open court. Ms. Dobbins steps in as the junior backup attorney and fails miserably in questioning someone to the point that they solicit another "I'm glad you asked" from a witness. And then today we have Joel Smith stepping up to bat with the prosecution, which I don't know too much about him, as we've said, but he seems like he's the third-tier prosecutor. And it seems like Grostov has done a good enough job in impaneling himself as an expert that now the prosecution has to switch to trying to degrade the media partners that WikiLeaks was working with. Does that seem accurate to you, that Smith is now going after simply the people that publish the information alongside of WikiLeaks, questioning their effectiveness and expertise?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Yeah, I can't. Sorry, I came in and you were talking, and so I wasn't sure if you were finishing up something that you were
No,
trying to say to your general audience. No, I mean, so we're on break, and there's no court feed happening at all. There's no court action happening at all while we're talking here, and it does seem that we left off on this interesting exchange where well, first off, I find it very bizarre and unusual that we're stopping proceedings so that the witness could go find a link to a tweet that somehow was not found by the prosecution before they started their cross-examination today. And I would submit to you that if we were doing this and the defense had tried to stop court so that a witness could go find something, that there would be a huge uproar from the prosecutors on like how this wasn't good practice. I don't understand why the prosecutors couldn't find this information themselves. They get all the information from the defense about what they're going to need to challenge through their cross-examination. So they would have known that this was something they needed to identify. I'm not sure if there's some game being played here, that they are going to try to tell the court that the way the person went to find this link isn't how it would have existed back in 2011. I'm not really sure where we're going here. Is what I wanted to say. But
I felt bad about having to go make some more coffee, which I'm not done with yet. But I can't imagine being in a setting as professional as a courtroom, being like, "Hold up, can we pause for 15 minutes so I can take a Twitter break?"
no, so my witness, so I can make the witness, who's not even my witness, search for material that I want for my desperate cross-examination. Where, by the way, I found it in. Oh, by the way, you guys, did you know the cables were searchable?
Right.
Wait, Grothov goes, I don't think that means what you think. Anybody could have just downloaded them and made them searchable on their computer. And he was like, he gave him like a cold stare in the middle of the courtroom. Like,
Having worked for lawyers
Kevin,
for a number of years,
it's
they're
good to
not
see you
technically
this morning,
competent.
man.
yeah, it's good to see you.
So, can you give us a little context into who Joel Smith is and if we've seen him pop up elsewhere in court?
This isn't the first day that he's done. Oh, sorry, I've got to drop. We're coming back.
Okay, later, buddy. Thank you. So, Kevin is one of the people that have access to the cloud video platform, so we are super appreciative of him jumping in, and we are going to do nothing to compromise anyone's integrity to actually access this. Our goal is to cover it as it unfolds through the live tweets, and when court breaks, having people jump in, which is in accordance with the applications of the cloud video platform, just so everybody knows. They are not allowed to be live or discussing or broadcasting it while it's proceeding. But when court goes into recess, like the prosecution so gratefully just gave us, we will have Kevin Gostola jumping in and hopefully others. I sent a link out to them, but I can't guarantee they'll be able to because it is super early and everyone's pretty tired.
I'm still not done making my coffee. I can't stay away from you.
I love you, Steve. Thanks for
I was
Man.
talking to the audience, but you too, Andre.
So while we wait for some more tweets to populate, we left off with the prosecution literally making a witness go and find a tweet because the prosecution was not prepared.
And look, man, that's such a great point that good Kevin just made. Like, the prosecution has access to all of the defense's materials. That's how that works. Like, in fact, the defense had to submit the entirety of their skeleton arguments by a certain date, and then it was 48 hours after that the superseding indictment was introduced, which caused so much fucking chaos at the beginning of this process. But it's not as if the prosecution couldn't have had access to this. Like, in so many ways, it's highlighting just how disconnected the power of the state has become from the reality that we live in. Like, oh, did you know that these are searchable? Like that kind of, that kind of line of questioning is just so fucking ridiculous. And like, I'll admit to not being the most technologically savvy motherfucker on the planet, but my 8-year-old could run a better technologically framed prosecution question line of questioning than
Well,
the
that's
current
because
prosecution
an
is.
8-year-old has a better understanding than like a 58-year-old trying to think about what the hell's even going on. Because I assume that these prosecutors don't actually have any technological experience and they're just reading off of books. Yeah. Let's see if we
I've got
have.
this tweet from Barry Kostakidis saying Julian Assange is conferring with Gareth Porter. The professor finds the tweet. How do I transmit it? No one can answer that. The judge is out of the room. That's all the tweets.
Yeah. It's almost like a
Isn't it?
cartoon.
I mean, it was 16 minutes ago. I would assume they're all back now, but that's just funny shit. That's
Yeah.
great.
Which it's pretty absurd.
Biggest press freedom trial in the history of press freedom trials. Like everybody's out to lunch.
Right.
Ugh.
The judge is like, I need to go smoke a cigarette. The State Department's getting pissed at me.
Right. Lord Arbuthnot is going to have my head.
Well, she's got to take somebody's head, and it doesn't look like they're getting Julian's, so they got to get somebody.
That's what's gonna make the like blanket cruelty of the state hurt that much more when
Matthews is against Baraster for failing this hard.
right. No, just
charge.
they're like, in spite of all evidence, we still have to go forward with this rendition.
Well, so, and this is just to put it into words, I guess. The new superseding indictment that was released on June 24th and finally given to the defense, prosecution, and court system expanded on the conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charge, where previously that charge focused only and specifically on Julian and WikiLeaks' interactions with Chelsea Manning, which were already debunked 10 years ago in her court trials. And her.
You froze out there.
Oh my God. So 10 years ago, the military court in Chelsea Manning's case already addressed all of the questions, mostly in the conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charge. June 24th, they released a new one, specifically expanding that conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charge to include the time where Jeremy Hammond was involved, and probably why they pulled him into the grand jury and didn't get any evidence or testimony from him.
Hey, check out Juan's thread. He gives a list of the media that had access to the full thing, and I guess the rest. Okay. Yeah, so check that out.
But to wrap it up, the conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charge was expanded to the LulzSec time, which was when the FBI, through Sabu and Siggy, referred to as teenager in the indictments, and who are the only witnesses about this, one of whom is a pedophile, like legally sociopath. So there still hasn't been any testimony to address that time period. So that's like the one black sheep in the room still, in my opinion, is those conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charges. But it is something that was addressed indirectly in other statements about how.
You're cutting out again.
And the fact that it was an extortion ring, more or less. Or an entrapment ring, not an extortion ring. But Juan Passarelli, as of 2 minutes ago, said about the discussion between Smith and Garthoff about the access to the cables given to the media partners. I can help clarify. The full set of cables were given to The Guardian, Der Spiegel, El País, Le Monde, and the New York Times. The rest of the media organizations only received cables specific to their country. And I believe it was most of these other outlets that published this information before Julian was, or before WikiLeaks did. So what Grigoff was arguing Grostoff, I'm sorry, was arguing in the first part of this with the questioning with Smith is the fact that if you are going after Julian and WikiLeaks for publishing these, you must first go after the Guardian, Der Spiegel, and the New York Times for publishing the information first. Because this should, in effect, be some type of class action or multi-case thing going against WikiLeaks, the New York Times, the Guardian, El País, Der Spiegel, and Le Monde, not just WikiLeaks. But Juan put up 19 seconds ago, prosecutor Joel Smith says, you say Cryptome and others publish the password and file the password for the file decryption. Cryptome didn't actually publish it until, I believe this would be August 31st, 2011. Grostoff says they published the encrypted version on the 31st of August, 2011. If I have that date right, they just say 31st, but I'm assuming that's the 11th. So I'm going to hop back over here to Defense Assange. They said, and this is going back 3 minutes here just before that last question, back from recess in which Grostoff found the tweet in which someone else announced the full cable was published. Depending on time zone, it could be said that the tweet was published on September 1st, 2011. The prosecution was trying to establish when Cryptome published. Grostoff believes they posted the encrypted tweet, or they posted in encrypted form on August 31st, 2011, and unencrypted on September 1st, 2011. So just to clarify the time frames there. And the only person getting prosecuted for this is Julian. They're not going after Der Spiegel, The Guardian, or any of these other outlets right now. And I say right now because during the first and second week of court, including when Claire Dobbins was the attorney on Friday, she was forced because of the wonderful answers by the witness on Friday to essentially admit that anyone that even retweeted or read a tweet with this information in it would be in violation of the Espionage Act. So if you are watching right now and you have ever read anything from Cablegate, the Iraq war logs, the Afghan war diaries, the Guantanamo Bay files, the U.S. prosecution on Friday argued you are culpable and you can be found guilty under the Espionage Act in the way that it's worded. I don't know if people are aware of this or not, but this is about all of us. Because if they can get that legal precedent set that they're allowed to prosecute you for retweeting something, then we're in a pretty dark time. We already have Australia arresting citizens for Facebook posts about protesting. And soon the door is going to be open for international prosecutions of people that read WikiLeaks. And I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough, that the U.S. has literally argued the law. And anyone who has done so can be prosecuted under the Espionage Act simply for retweeting or reading these documents.
I've got some wonderful tattoo designs for when we're all in dissident camps together.
I would be honored to be in a camp with you, Steve.
So everyone knows, like, we can figure this out. I'll smuggle in a guitar string or something like that. We can go ahead and ink up together. I'm still trying to figure. There was a question in my chat about Barrett Brown, and I'm trying to figure out what the context for it was. But
it's kind of the timeline of when the Sabu and fucking Siggy shit happened.
So that all happened in 2012. Like the groundwork was laid for it, at least with Siggy, as early as 2010. But it was around sometime in 2011 was when Siggy got caught impersonating Julian Assange and embezzling money from WikiLeaks. And when like the FBI team that was sent to Iceland to go and take out the new servers that WikiLeaks had been using there when they were expelled. But the whole deal with Sabu didn't happen until 2012, until the summer and late fall, and I don't believe that I think it was Thanksgiving or Christmas when the Strap 4 hack took place in 2012. So Barrett Brown's involvement with all of this was tangential at best in 2010. I know I realize that there are people who like to kick around Barrett Brown, and for good reason in a lot of ways, but I don't think there's anything that you can directly point to Barrett on in this situation. Barrett was the self-appointed public relations liaison for Anonymous starting in late 2011, right around the time, right after the Scientology hack, or right after the Scientology battle. But if you want to check your timeline and see when Opchanology was, that it'll be after that Barrett Brown started to enter the scene to comment and report on, and then become involved with Anonymous, which I can't make this clear enough, is a completely separate entity from WikiLeaks and Julian Assange.
So we have Defense Assange putting out a couple more tweets in the last little bit here. Just to kick it back to the last one we read, so that way we can keep the timeline flowing. 6 minutes ago, establishing when Cryptome published, Grostoff believes they posted the encrypted form of Cablegate on 31 August 2011 and the unencrypted form on September 1st, 2011. Discussing Nigel Perry's discovery that The Guardian published the passphrase and other information, the unredacted cables could be found. Neil Perry on August 31st, 2011 said, The Guardian investigative journalist David Ley published the secret Cablegate password revealing the names of U.S. collaborators and informants in his book. So David Ley should be the one that is in trouble. Lee, oh my God. David Lee should be the one that this is about, because he is the one that released the unredacted names of informants and collaborators, not WikiLeaks. We had the testimony last week, I think it was last Thursday, where Lewis was questioning a witness and actually had to stop because the witness was so educated, that essentially said, your timeline is wrong, just like these people, that this is not how it happened, and you cannot prosecute just WikiLeaks, which has been a consistent theme throughout all of this, that this is, and as Niels Melzer so artfully puts it, a rogue band of Western democratic nations all conspiring against one man. So I have a NigelPerry.com article here from...
There's more updates in Kevin's thread too.
Okay, let me hop over there.
They're trying to get him on a gotcha on because he got he didn't do a fucking time zone conversion or some shit.
Yeah. And Juan Passarelli's latest tweet from a couple of minutes ago says, okay, so right now Mr. Smith is trying to confuse the timeline. There was a great summation on Kevin's page. I don't know why we needed to waste 15 minutes for prosecutor to prove Grostoff made an error and forgot to take note of time zone differences, but that's what just happened. And right before that, he says, so we're clear, prosecutor made court go into a recess so a defense witness, could find a link to a tweet for them that somehow they didn't know how to locate for their cross-examination, which would have been referenced in the defense bundle provided ahead of today.
So this is a point where we should note, For the first 2 weeks, the prosecution dug their heels in with every single witness almost about the fact that there is a 368-page binder that the witnesses get roughly 24 hours before they appear on the bench as a witness, and are regularly degraded for not knowing every word of the Holy State Department's edicts in their new Bible. But it's okay that the prosecution didn't read the defense bundle that they've had since June 22nd, 2020. So they've had this information for months, and it looks like they just didn't go through it and don't even know what's happening right now. And I think that has to do with the fact that they're on number 3 in the prosecuting line. You had Lewis get stepped all over. Dobbins made one performance and got shot down miserably. And now we have this Joel Smith prosecutor who Kevin said did appear previously, but is literally just swinging for the fences here to the point that the prosecution wasn't prepared, but it's the defense's fault that the prosecution didn't have this information right.
Well, look, if the only game the prosecution is going to play is try to discredit or trip up the witness, and they don't actually have any damning materials of their own other than a hit piece of a book that was published 8 years ago, I mean, I would try and you know, make hay out of the dumbest possible shit too. They don't have a case. Their case is built on innuendo, propaganda, and lies, and like that's it. That's the whole fucking case. So it's going to get cartoonish.
Yeah, and it's crazy. But this is kicking back over to 7 minutes ago from the @Defense Assange account on Twitter. And this is discussing Nigel Perry's discovery that The Guardian published the passphrase and other information. Unredacted cables could be found. Nigel Perry, August 31st, 2011. Guardian executive editor David Lee published top secret passwords revealing the names of U.S. collaborators and informants, which Julian is currently being charged for someone else's crime, just to clarify. So they put up an archive.org link. So do you want to go through that, Steve? Or do you want me to read through it? Do you think it's worth?
Yeah, we could go through it.
Well, I'll throw it up on share real quick because I have it pulled up already.
Okay. This is again from August 31st, 2011. So, courtesy of the Internet Archive Wayback Machine. The UK's Guardian newspaper investigative editor David Lee, author of Get This WikiLeaks book out the door quickly before other WikiLeaks books are published, WikiLeaks book, has messed up. And when I say messed up, I mean that Mr. Lee let slip the top secret password revealing the names of U.S. collaborators around the world, information now freely available to all the enemies of the U.S. And when I say let slip, I mean that David Lee published the password as a chapter heading in his book, WikiLeaks, Inside Julian Assange's War on Secrecy. Over the last week, a storm has been brewing as German newspapers reported a leak of unredacted U.S. embassy cables, as WikiLeaks put it, when the Cablegate publishing began in November 2010, the largest set of confidential documents ever to be released into the public domain. The documents will give people around the world an unprecedented insight into U.S. government foreign activities. The leaked Cablegate documents, 251,287 in all, began being released on November 28, 2010 in dribs and dabs by WikiLeaks, who argued the embassy cables will be released in stages over the next year. The subject matter of these cables is of such importance and the geographical spread so broad that to do otherwise would not do this material justice. Guardian investigative editor David Lee has been one of the fiercest critics of WikiLeaks head Julian Assange since the media partnership with the whistleblower publishing organization collapsed. Repeatedly on his @DavidLee3 Twitter feed and in interviews, he has blasted Assange for his allegedly cavalier attitude towards informant name redactions from the raw Cablegate files, which we of course know to be absolute and utter garbage. It was a powerful criticism to give credence. The U.S. Army Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, Admiral Mike Mullen, used it himself in July 2010, saying that WikiLeaks might already have on their hands the blood of some young soldier. The Defense Secretary would later concede that this was not the case. When David Lee met Julian Assange in July 2010 and took possession of the Cablegate files, Assange wrote down a password for Lee and told him to remember a word to insert into the password later. The account is given in pages 138 and 139 of David Lee and Luke Harding's book. I remember reading this shortly after the book was released and instinctively thinking, bad idea. On a basic security level, revealing any information about how Julian Assange formulates his passwords could have implications in any of the other myriad sensitive areas WikiLeaks deals with. Any files encrypted by Assange at the same time or before the cables and in the possession of any entity hostile to WikiLeaks are now more vulnerable since Lee's book gave up its clue about how Assange formulates passwords. Let's see. So regardless how David Lee and company imagine computer security works, and right now they are desperately trying increasingly ridiculous arguments to blame WikiLeaks for Lee's actions, there's no reason to publish any password this sensitive ever. The entire Lee Harding WikiLeaks book is written in the thrilled tone of a Girl Scout's diary, clearly revealing in the secret squirrel aspect of the story. And they're clearly clueless too. This is fantastic, by the way. Lee at one point drives across town so Assange can show him how to unzip the Cablegate file. Perhaps not the best people to share secrets with. Let's see. On August 25th, Der Freitag reported that a file containing the unredacted cables was available on the internet. TechCrunch summarized the story a couple of days later. On August 29th, Der Spiegel confirmed the story. In the summer of 2010, Assange stored the password-protected file containing the cables in a concealed location on a WikiLeaks server. He gave the password to an external contact to allow him access to the material contained in the file. When Domscheit-Berg left the organization in September 2010, together with the German programmer, the two men took the contents of the server with them, including the encrypted file containing the documents. As a result, Assange no longer had access to the file. At the end of 2010, Domscheit-Berg finally returned to WikiLeaks a collection of various files that he had taken with him, including the encrypted cables. Shortly afterwards, WikiLeaks supporters released a copy of the data collection onto the internet as a kind of public archive of the documents that WikiLeaks had previously published. The supporters clearly did not realize, however, that the data contained the original cables, as the file was not only encrypted, but concealed in a hidden subdirectory. A fairly thorough article.
We can hop back over to the actual court proceedings.
Yeah, let's check back in with the home team here.
So I'm going to hop over to Mary Kostakidis to see where she's at, because we haven't given her much love this stream yet. So this is talking about the tweet. Smith now asking about another tweet by a third party to try to agree on timing. Smith says WikiLeaks tweet cites the paragraph from the book sans password after Perry tweeted it. Smith continues that WikiLeaks tweeted a call global vote on whether they should release all the cables on August 31st. Smith continues, on September 1st, the WikiLeaks poll continues, but the decision was taken to publish on September 2nd, 2011. WikiLeaks servers were struggling to cope with the number of people looking at the unredacted cables, as it had a significant global reach. Smith continues, help is purchase more capacity tweet. Not sure what that means, but that's referring to one of the tweets that apparently the prosecution is pulling in now. So I want to make mention, because this kind of bugs me, of the absurdity that the court system is sitting here reading tweets back and forth. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever thought about that, but these are literally grown adults arguing about tweets, to the point that it's legally impacting everybody's press freedom around the world. So I think that that's worth at least mentioning, that our press freedom hinges on the fact that the prosecution is reading tweets right now.
And according to Mohammed Almazi about 10 minutes ago, it is the U.S. government's contention that WikiLeaks published unredacted documents before they were revealed by Cryptome and others, even though in the own book that they're referencing, it shows that David Lee, Der Spiegel, and The Guardian all published ahead of him.
So David Lee, Der Spiegel, and The Guardian, those journalists, those publishers, those editors, those owners of the paper, should also be sitting in a glass box next to Julian if there was such a thing as publishing documents being illegal. That is not what this case is about. This case is literally about terrorizing and torturing a journalist for his wonderful award-winning work. Because they're not going to go after The Guardian. They're going to use it as a chip to put on, to say, hey, we could arrest you based on all of this old stuff, but you're going to publish this piece of information we want you to, right? So the whole point of this prosecution is to expand the U.S. power across the world while instituting the national security state or deep state or globalist agenda as rule of the land above the Constitution. Because that's what Friday's arguments were about, is the fact that national security law somehow now supersedes constitutional law.
Well, and you've also got a lot of self-censorship that this will happen, you know.
And that's what Nixon referred to as the chilling effect that he wanted to place across the media back in the Pentagon Papers days.
Yeah, Dan Ellsberg talks about that quite a bit, and has very recently talked about that quite a bit. And another thing that Ellsberg has brought up that I think we should actually dedicate some time to on a vigil is the classification system in general in the United States, and the way that classified material becomes classified, and the abuse of that process. Because according to Ellsberg, even though everything in Cablegate was quote unquote classified, it was available to over 100,000 Army corporals or Army sergeants just lying around on computers anyway. Like that's not classified. That's labeling material secret that already more than 250,000 people have access to. That's not very secret. That's just a way to, punish or trap would-be whistleblowers.
And that's, I would like to point out the power of one person, right? There was over 100,000 people that had access to these documents, and one brave individual was willing to put themselves in a situation to get this information out, referring to Chelsea Manning. So thank you to that. But those other 100,000 plus people should have had that same level of moral responsibility to release this information. So I'm just glad that it went into the general population, and that we got to see all of this. But I hope that more people actually rise up to defend WikiLeaks at this point, and Julian, because we're seeing a shift in the way independent media is finally covering this, which is wonderful. We're going to get a list of people together that have done great work on this.
You're fading out again.
After the court case, we're going to make a specific call to action saying thank you to all of the different people that have put out wonderful information during all this. So I look forward to that. And if you guys find videos that maybe we have missed, please send them to us on Twitter in a DM, so we can help get that list put together as full as possible.
It looks like we're at a breaking point now, so that the defense can consult with Julian. That's 25 seconds ago, according to Juan Passarelli.
Yep, same for Mary Costaquitas. 10-minute break for Summers to re-examine. But I want to catch up on these last three from Mary Kostakidis. She's the witness, who I can't remember his name if I don't see it.
Professor Grotoff.
Professor Grotoff. Both Cryptome and XX published first, and that is what is important. Prosecutor Joel Smith says WikiLeaks boasting of their searchable format. Smith quoting The Independent saying that the WikiLeaks publication was more comprehensive and visible. Do you agree? And Grostoff says, not more comprehensive. And then the court goes into a 10-minute break. And I would like to remind everyone that the prosecution has up to 4 hours, I believe, to question witnesses. So this one, the defense was the first 30 minutes. So it looks like they've spent maybe 2 hours, an hour-ish, 2 hours.
About an hour.
About an hour with questioning this.
And Juan Passarelli has a more full quote from that exchange. Smith, would you say that the WikiLeaks release was more visible and more comprehensible? And Professor Grotoff answered, more visible, I would agree, but more comprehensible would imply more material was published, so I wouldn't agree. And that's when they took a break. So again, Smith trying to entrap a witness, and once again, the witness being a little bit too informed to succumb to prosecutorial tricks.
Like, I think the U.S. prosecution may have done better if they didn't spend the last 10 years blocking the WikiLeaks website from the U.S. Like, they may have been able to know the timeline and what was in the documents and who released them first if their employees were even allowed to look at it. So I just think that's a rather comical point.
Well, they also run the risk of, hiring some intern or low-level staff or paralegal to collect all this information, who's just seeing it for the first time, who's going, this is really cool. Like, I wonder what the vetting process for that is like.
I'm pretty sure it's just an IQ test. Like, they test you to see if you're competent, and if you're not, they put you on the prosecution. Pretty sure that's how that works.
Yeah.
But in some lighter news, I just watched a squirrel fight off about 7 birds to steal part of a hot dog bun while the police were rolling by. So that was really exciting.
That's good.
It was wonderful. Made my heart warm up a little bit as I'm slowly freezing to death in the brisk DC air. So Kevin put some tweets out in the last couple of minutes here. I don't know why we needed to waste 15 minutes for the prosecution to provide Grostoff to prove that Grostoff. But that is what just happened, and we are moving on. 1 minute ago, Kevin said, as my computer won't load, we are on a break. Kevin said, we are on a break for a short time as Assange gives his legal team some instruction. Again, anytime he wants to speak to his attorneys, he must stop court because he is in a glass box in the back of the courtroom. I don't know if you guys remembered back in February. I don't know if it happened every day, but I know the Monday, I think it was like February 27th or 28th, something around there. Julian Assange was strip searched twice, handcuffed 9 times, moved between 11 different holding cells to be placed in a glass box inside the court in Belmarsh prison. They have stepped up their draconian and psychological torture program to get Julian to prison. What he has to go through now is a complete strip search every morning at 5 a.m. when they wake him up, a complete strip search, taken to a room where he then gets x-rayed every single morning.
That shit ain't good for you either.
No. Gets x-rayed every single morning and then placed in what has been described as a vertical coffin inside of a transport van. So a upright glass box inside of a van itself to be driven an hour and a half from Belmarsh prison to the Old Bailey for court to begin at 10 a.m. in the UK. So he's woken up 5 hours before court, stripped, x-rayed, put into a coffin, put into a van, shipped to court to be put into a glass box to not be able to talk with his attorneys unless court is completely suspended.
Or they do a letter chain where Julian scribbles something on a Post-it note, and then it passes through no less than 4 hands before it makes it to his legal team, which in no way, shape, or form preserves lawyer-client confidentiality.
And the whole time, so this goes back to 2016 or 17, Julian hasn't had any client attorney privilege whatsoever. UC Global, just to harken back to this case a little bit because it hasn't been brought up yet today, was committing espionage against the Ecuadorians, installing spy equipment inside of their embassy to specifically view Julian and his communications and all of the people around him, not even stopping when they put listening and video devices in the women's restroom to make sure that every part of the embassy could be monitored by the behest of Sheldon Adelson at the hands of David Morales. That is an ongoing case in Spain right now. We covered it Friday during one of the recesses in court. So for, what is that, almost 4 years, maybe over 4 years, Julian has had no attorney-client privilege. When he got taken into Belmarsh over 500 days ago, he did not get to speak with his attorneys. I believe it was from March or May until about August. They did not get to actually sit down and meet with him because
it was 6 months and like 10 days.
Yeah.
Where he went with zero contact with his attorneys and minimal contact, like a 10-minute phone call if he was lucky, a few times a week to be able to speak to his partner and his children.
And I don't know if the people in the audience have ever had legal trouble, but you get to talk to your attorney whenever the hell your attorney comes to talk to you. Generally, at least here in the U.S. I don't know about England now that they're a techno-totalitarian state with facial recognition implemented all across London. But I just think it's worth throwing out there that for almost the last 7 months, 8 months, Julian has had no ability to communicate with his lawyers. And 4 years before that, Julian hasn't had the ability to have a private conversation with his lawyers. And if he wants provided by the court or by the prison. And I don't think anything that the prison provides is going to take attorney-client privilege into consideration. So just that fact alone would get this case thrown out if it were scrutinized the same way as the Pentagon Papers.
And it's important to note that, like, even Julian's friends, even his supporters and allies and, like, people who were very close to him felt initially that he was being overly paranoid about trying to have secure conversations inside the Ecuadorian embassy.
To the point that that Julian had a white noise machine. Like, I don't know if you've seen V for Vendetta at all.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab some ibuprofen.
Okay. But Julian literally had to employ a white noise machine, which if you've seen V for Vendetta, it's that little triangle thing with the laser light that comes on. It's essentially a digital sound scrambler to where if someone is trying to record with anything except laser audio recording, it just comes out as like white noise in the background. But I do believe that it came out in the UC Global case that they were using laser audio surveillance. That it was essentially a direct beam. It was in one of the devices was installed under the fire extinguisher in the Ecuadorian embassy's meeting room. But Kevin Gastola here, back up 33 seconds ago, probably about a minute now. He says, unredacted cable cache. I think what the prosecutor believes they showed is that the defense pointed to Der Spiegel, a post by Nigel Perry, Cryptome, and various mirror sites. The prosecution wants the court to believe there wasn't much time before WikiLeaks went ahead with the releases. As far as the law goes, I don't really know if it makes a difference how much time lapsed. If it is clear that WikiLeaks wasn't the first to publish the unredacted cable cache. So this just points back to what Kevin's saying here. Essentially points back to the fact that, again, like we were saying, Julian shouldn't be, if you're using all of these legal standards, the only or the first person to be put on trial for this, because others published first. So let's see where Mohammed is at. Looks like everyone in court is still waiting for Julian to be done meeting with his prosecutor, with his attorneys. I apologize. And that was, he was supposed to be about a 10-minute meeting, and that was about 10 minutes ago. So we may be seeing court pick back up here. But again, I just want to give a shout out because I've been retweeting these and liking them as I'm going through. If you guys go over to the action_4 Assange account on Twitter, you can see where these tweets are coming in. I've been liking them, retweeting the tops of the threads. So if you guys want to follow along and read live as it's happening, you can. So let me... Sorry, I got like a million different tabs open.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to follow my chat here.
Okay, so 55 seconds ago, at Defense Assange said, back from recess, back to timeline, David Lee was one of the media partners involved in working on redactions of the cables, aware of any outlet being given access to the full archive of cables. I believe that was a question by the prosecution. Garoth may have replied, no, they cannot, no, can't say they were, but there is no evidence of anyone else outside of WikiLeaks had them. I'm not sure who was making that statement or if it's just a general statement. That tweet doesn't necessarily clarify.
Mark Summers made the comment that David Lee was involved in redactions.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
coming from
okay, so I
Relevant.
apologize. Just to put the timeline where we're at in the court trial back into context, this is the re-cross-examination by the defense. So it would be, like Steve said, Mark Summers asking questions of their own witness. Defense Assange continues. From Lee, I keep calling him Lay. From Lee's book, I talked about the badgering. I talked about the badgering Assange to give full access. Assange first said he could give 50% of the documents. Garthoff says Assange was clearly reluctant to give full access to him, but was under pressure. Assange wrote down only part of the passphrase for Lee. Assange wrote down only part of the passphrase for Lee, would have to add to it, and told Lee that this was for a temporary website. So I believe this is Summers, the defense attorney, questioning Garoth. And this is where,
because to just kind of clarify here, the cross-examination portion, the defense portion of questioning Professor Grothoff is over. This is now the redirect, where Julian's defense team will follow up with Professor Grothoff, and then we will move on to the next witness.
And Mary Costakides kind of warms my heart up here. This was just before the recess and then during. At the judge's suggestion, which was a good one, as they could take the opportunity to confer with Julian. There is a shot of Julian on the split screen, and you can see Garoth smile. Mark Summers, QC, says, and this is the defense, Mark Summers, Lee was one of the partners reviewing the material for redaction. Was anyone else of those media partners given the password? Garoth replies, no, and he was given it reluctantly after repeatedly trying to tease it out. And this is Joel Smith apparently stepping in to quote Lee, telling Julian that he could be in an orange suit. headed for Guantanamo Bay before he published the cables. Summers says the material was on the temporary website, was a sword. The material was on a temporary website with a sword to encrypt data. Is that common? Garoth says yes. Some of the files for this court case are in encrypted files. Banks encrypt some transaction. Encrypted information is useless to the public. And that is because no amount of force can crack a password. If you guys have read cypherpunks, you understand the philosophy behind the idea of encryption. Essentially, you can make a password as long as you want and as complicated as you want. And you run up against the issue of processing power to break said password. Those passwords are generally stored in a cache, sometimes referred to as a hash, if I think I have that right. And really the only large-scale hash cracking software are the cryptocurrencies. If I have that right, Josh.
More or less.
Yeah. So it literally takes a new currency to be developed to figure out a way to
No, that's not even efficient enough. You need like supercomputers running for like years to crack one of those passwords at the moment.
Right. And even then, if you use a supercomputer to encrypt it, you have way more processing power going into the generation of the password than you could ever generate to break said password. So that's one of the universal constants of computer programming is your passwords will always have more power than those trying to decrypt them.
No, I mean there's been every so often they'll release a new encryption standard because the old one gets broke because the computers catch up. So it's a little more complicated than that, but more or less.
Yeah. Well, if you think of it in terms of, if you think in terms of data or code as a potentially living thing, then there's a natural evolutionary process that takes place, and that is generations of more solid and more thorough encryption.
Yeah,
Could you expand on this quote a little bit, Josh, if you know what it means? Where Summers says the material was on a temporary website with a sword to encrypt the data. Is the sword a term?
I have actually never heard that fucking term.
Okay.
I'm wondering if it's...
It may have been password, because sword, now that I look at the next one. Because Mary Kostakidis continues, before Lay published the password, the encrypted information was private. So I think she meant password there, and I just read it wrong because these people are typing super quick. And I just want to say that I appreciate all of the people putting out this information onto Twitter right now. Mary Kostakidis continues 9 seconds ago and says, Summers on mirrors. WikiLeaks encourage others to mirror its site. A list of mirrors WikiLeaks facilitated or encouraged. Garoth says they did not contain the encrypted file unless WikiLeaks' instructions were not followed. And again, just to make sure that everyone understands the technological implications, even if you have every encrypted file in the world, does not mean you can open them. It is still not public. It would be like if someone dropped a safe off in your front yard that had a 14-digit combination code. Just because you have it there doesn't mean that you are aware or even legally in possession of really the contents inside of it. So I think that that's an important thing to make sure it's stated is essentially they're trying to argue, or the prosecution was trying to argue, and the defense is now pointing out how ridiculous the idea that encrypted information is just publicly available, that it wasn't until David Lee released the key or the combination to get into those documents. But I want to pick up with Juan Passarelli, so let me see.
I gotta walk away a minute. I gotta make more coffee.
That's fine. I'm gonna have to run and grab a Red Bull here in a second. So, the last.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna read the last like 4 minutes of tweets from the at Defense Assange. So, as of 4 minutes ago, no evidence of anyone revealing the passphrase without referring to David Lee. So it would seem access to the files was private prior to Lee's publishing. The mirrors that WikiLeaks encouraged, and those most likely the result of WikiLeaks mirroring instructions, did not contain encrypted or unencrypted versions of the unredacted cables. The mirrors that did contain these files were not created according to the instructions WikiLeaks gave for mirroring using different software. So WikiLeaks instructions would not have mirrored the full set of cables. Those 3 tweets right there completely destroy the argument that the prosecution has been trying to make. And these are easily verifiable statements. So I can't thank the Crown Prosecutorial Services enough for putting in Johnny Bush League today as their third string prosecutor.
Joel, not Johnny.
Yeah, I know. I'm calling him Johnny Bush League, and I know his name is Joel. I'm
call him Jolie.
Terribly sorry, Joel. I accept my sincere apology.
I may have to switch the internet that I'm using because it looks like I'm lagging pretty hard. You were cutting in and out on me, Steve. If I do, I'll let you know, though. I'm going to just give it a minute to try to level off.
You guys are both fine on my end.
But the defense Assange continues as of a minute ago. Those cables were most likely included by accident. Mirroring a site on your own, you could pick up hidden directories. So just important comment there. And again, if you're watching along at home here, I am slapping a like button on everything so you can find it there, but I'm also retweeting key points as we're going through, like when a prosecution picks back up or when defense picks back up or key important parts. So you can find all of these tweets kind of conglomerated over on action_for_Assange on Twitter, but please go and read everyone's threads directly. Please like and retweet them directly because we need more eyes on this court case.
Be better at it than me, because the last thing I put up was a picture of brewing coffee. I'm fucking tired. So it looks like we're back into full swing with the defense's redirect. We're still on the subject of mirrored websites. Once again, Professor Grothoff stating for the record that the mirrored sites per WikiLeaks instructions were not the ones that contained any unredacted material. The quote from Professor Grothoff is, "It appears that those mirrors use different software than the one WikiLeaks encouraged people to use." So one more time, man, it all comes back to David Lee and Luke Harding and their book. And without that occurrence taking place, the U.S. government would have had to have manufactured an entirely different reason to go after Julian Assange. But the way and this again, like Elizabeth Voss and I talked about this pretty extensively yesterday, but I'll reiterate briefly here. The fact that the prosecution has narrowed their line of attack so extremely from and has gone through so many different avenues of attack, from first, Julian Assange isn't a journalist, and no serious person would consider him a journalist, to okay, well, he's a journalist, but the United States government has every right to prosecute journalists, to okay, well, this isn't about journalism, this is about him releasing the names of informants, to okay, well, you got the time zone on your tweet wrong. Like, that's where we're at now with the case against Julian Assange. Like to call it cartoonish is an offense to cartoons, who totally have feelings. I promise.
So,
Jeez, that bird, dude.
dude, I know.
Shoot
But
that fucking bird.
they're freaking out because there's a baby red-tailed hawk sitting on the sidewalk in front of me. So there's like 3 crows that are like screaming at it. It's kind of cool. But Mohammed Almasi, as of 6 minutes ago, said Professor Grostoff confirms that he found no examples of anyone revealing the passcode to the unredacted cables before David Lee's book was published.
Mm-hmm.
He confirmed that uploading documents online with a sufficiently strong password is used by finance, medical services, and others.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years ago, people were making the argument that encryption was necessary and vital for the business world. Andre, you're talking, but you're muted.
I know there's just lots of bird noise in the background.
Okay.
I was just letting you talk.
Oh, okay. So if it's going to come down to an argument about who gets to use encryption and who doesn't, like it's trying to through the legislative process with things like the Earn It Act or the next round of ACTA in the European Union, private citizens get screwed on that. Like the whole point of the Earn It Act is for giant corporations to put together an arbitrary set of rules and guidelines that they then use encryption as the bait or the prize for which good behavior is rewarded. That's not in any way, shape, or form what encryption is supposed to be used for. Encryption is supposed to be used for personal protection and privacy, and that personal protection and privacy is directly related to the amount of power that an individual organization has, whereupon the goal is privacy for the individual without political agency or economic agency, and transparency for the powerful. Hey, Misty. Good morning.
Oh, is she in the chat?
Yep, Misty just popped in.
So I'm trying to find. There was a part here that Mary Kostakidis said Garstoff, in response to a question from Defense Summers, said the revelations of hidden directories. If you are mirroring a website, is it possible to pick up encrypted files? Grostoff says it depends, giving a fast explanation there afterwards. Summers now asking how to tell whether there are unclassified cables among them. Grostoff says, I looked at a sample, but the number correlates to the number of unclassified cables. Grostoff continues, unclassified cables are not marked secret or protect. Summers says, would a name be included by someone who would be at risk? Grostoff.
Fuck your internet, Smith.
I'm so sorry. This is painful. Summers now asking how you can tell whether there were unclassified cables among them. Grostoff says, I looked at the sample, but the number correlates to the number of unclassified cables. Unclassified cables are not marked secret or protect. Summers says, would a name be included of someone who would be at risk? Grostoff says, don't expect that, but I don't know how the U.S. goes about things. But I have to step away for a second here. I will be back very shortly. Sorry.
So let's pick up on that. I'm going over to friend of the show, Richie Medhurst's Twitter thread. These are all from the last minute or two. Grothoff, being an expert in computer security, asserts it's quite common putting sensitive materials on a temporary server as long as they're encrypted because they're useless without the password to decrypt them. Grothoff could not find any examples at all of the password being disclosed. Shit, my computer jumped, my screen jumped. Disclosed prior to publication of David Lee's book. Grothoff, quote, if there are websites that mirror the encrypted file containing unredacted cables, they most likely use custom software to mirror WikiLeaks, perhaps collecting a hidden directory along the way. Nonetheless, that's a fault of their own doing, not WikiLeaks instructions. Yeah, no, I'm checking my chat right now. Waiting for coffee is the most painful part of my morning because, again, I go like out of my way to make it a slower process because I don't have a coffee maker. I have a kettle and a Melita, and a little pour over deal thingy. So it takes a significantly longer amount of time to get a cup of coffee than it does with a coffee maker, but fuck, it's better. Like so much better. Yeah. I tried abstaining from caffeine, Liam, and it made me stabby. So I decided to hop back on the caffeine wagon. I tried. I did. I made a like full fuck, especially the week that we were up on Murder Mountain. Because my homeboy that owns the property up there is like just has some sort of like caffeine allergy or something like that. Like his body doesn't process it, so he just doesn't have it in his house. But it hurt like straight up. And I found that like half stepping up the microdose that I was taking of mushrooms was about like one of the only ways that I could combat the lack of caffeine in my system. But I would not recommend that as a process because it's super easy to overdo. And then all of a sudden you could be accidentally tripping balls. I am really glad that there is a shadow over my eyes on the screen right now because they are still very puffy and very sleepy.
Big same. It's gonna be a long week. Someone got to do it though.
Right? No, I gotta fucking I have like 2 hours left and then I've got to bounce for work for the day. So hopefully we can get through the cross or the redirect here and then maybe start some new testimony before the lunch break, and then at some point I'm gonna have to skedaddle.
I think Nico might be popping on at some point.
Yeah, a couple hours potentially. I got sunlight coming in, so I have to readjust a little bit. Can you still hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got to mute while I move my table.
We seem to be at kind of a stopping point in the hearing right now, and I'm not seeing anything on anyone's Twitter feed about there being a break.
Mary Kostakidis is still going. I don't know if you were reading through those. Her last one was as of a minute ago.
Yeah, but it seems to be a recap of what's already taken place. Okay, here we go from Mo a minute ago. There's now a dispute between Mark Summers and the judge. She wants to know what he is re-asking the witness questions that are addressed in his statement. Summers says there's a dispute regarding the chronology of events as they relate to the publication of the unredacted documents. Or anything else here? Nope. So that's apparently what we've been pausing for, is so the defense attorney and Vanessa Baratzer can have a heated conversation.
And I would like to remind everyone that last week, or maybe in the week before, but I think it was last week, that Mark Summers was literally yelling, or not Mark Summers, I'm so sorry, that Prosecutor Lewis was literally yelling at Vanessa Baratzer to the point that he had to issue an apology in court for being so facetious. I don't know if you've ever gone to even a traffic court, but if you yell at the judge isn't happy.
No.
So I would expect Mark Summers to be much more pleasant and polite, considering that the defense is winning at this point. So I am waiting to see if we can. The judge is saying, this is from defense Assange, just reiterating that same point, just so people know where we're at. The judge saying that the defense questioning is already covered ground. The defense is challenging the prosecution's chronology and implications that WikiLeaks editorial may have first led to people finding the unredacted cables. We know through all of this that David Lewis was the first to publish the unredacted password. Literally put it as a chapter.
David Lee.
Oh my God. David Lee literally put it as a password header in his book. Like an entire chapter was named the password to get into these cables. And that was the first instance that it happened.
Which, again, is either dangerously intentionally malicious or dangerously unintentionally stupid. And since David Lee was apparently the only person who had access to that password prior to publication of that book, it looks like dangerously intentionally malicious is what the end game was. So let's see.
I'll be right back. I need coffee.
Okay. It's an offense to restream what, Huzzah? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Huzzah in the chat. So it's an offense to restream it, but is it an offense to have a packet sniffer dumping to disk while watching the stream? Are you talking about the court proceedings? Please let me know in the chat. If you are, yes, it's an offense to restream it. It's even a criminal offense for someone with access to the stream feed to share it with, for example, us. So we like the only way you get to see this trial is by getting pre-screened and pre-approved. David Lee didn't understand crypto. I'm starting to think David Lee totally understood crypto and used it, weaponized the knowledge that he had in order to set up Julian Assange. Because again, the whole purpose of that book was to change public opinion about WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, and to sort of frame Assange as this malevolent character. So it may not be that he didn't understand the technology. It may in fact be that he perfectly understood the technology, or understood what the technology was capable of, and was instructed to behave the way that he did in order to achieve a desired outcome, which is to discredit the character of Julian Assange.
And just to point out, because whoever has ever been pulled over for some kind of bullshit thing, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So just because you didn't know what you were doing, according to the law, doesn't mean you weren't doing anything wrong. So I'm just waiting for an indictment to go out against David Lee in regards to this, and being pulled into this as a co-conspirator, right, with his own conspiracy to commit computer intrusion charges and all of those. Not that I want to see that brought, but that would be what the prosecution would have to do to continue this moving forward, at least in a way that makes sense.
So the argument seems to stem from we got a little bit more on this exchange between Mark Summers and Vanessa Baratzer, the judge, the prosecution, and this is from Assange defense 3 minutes ago. Judge, prosecution, defense trying to work out which parts of the chronology are agreed upon and which part are contentious. The defense wants to establish that WikiLeaks editorial on Lee's passphrase publication did not lead anyone to find the files, doesn't include the passphrase or the file name. And what they're referring to is a September 1st, 2011 editorial published on WikiLeaks website, calling attention to the fact that David Lee had done this thing, which is a necessary statement to put out when you're absolutely trying to, not get hauled in front of a fucking kangaroo court. Defense going back to the open letter Grothoff signed calling for an end to the prosecution of Assange. And again, this is the letter that the prosecution used about an hour ago to try and discredit Professor Grothoff. But the defense is apparently highlighting the fact that this letter calling for the end of Julian's prosecution includes German members of parliament, former CIA and military officials, and human rights observers.
I'm checking to see. So a couple more tweets here by Defense Assange. The defense is going back to the open letter Grothoff signed calling for an end. Oh, you just read that, didn't you? That was the end of Christian Grothoff's testimony. And another wonderful name, Jacob Augstein, was supposed to testify this morning, but we're out of morning time. He is not available until the afternoon. Andy Worthington is on the schedule to testify today, but parts of his testimony may be agreed already. We will be working that out over lunch. So I believe the court may be going on recess for lunch right now. So we may have Kevin Gostola hopping back in with us potentially.
That would make sense. It's about, 1 o'clock in the UK?
Plus 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's about 2, actually, I think. Plus 5 or plus 6.
I thought it was plus 5 for you.
It might be. So, yeah, it's about 1. We're going a little past 1. And this is Summers addressing the court. The next witness who is scheduled for this morning was available until 1 p.m., and now he is on his way to the airport. The other witness for this afternoon the other witness for this afternoon may not need to appear because his evidence is not being disputed. So we will see how that goes with that. But the judge wants a timetable. Summers says the next batch of witnesses are medical. So that'll be some interesting revelations coming through about, I'm assuming they'll be talking about Julian's overall health conditions, what had happened to him in the embassy, and this may actually be where the defense gets to enter information in and have spoken witnesses specifically in regards to Julian's psychological torture. But I am not 100% sure if they're going to be able to go over that or if that's what these medical witnesses are for. So we will see. But I'm trying to just get an official statement about lunch. There was a final question from Summers, but the bloody fire alarm in the office building I'm in has gone off and I had to leave. Oh, I love Mo. Just to recap, someone set the fire alarm off on Mo. I hope everything is okay. I hope there is not an actual fire, but he is not in California, so the chances of that are a little bit smaller. So let us see.
Colorado and Washington State and Oregon are burning too.
That's fair. No, but Mo is over in the UK right now.
Mo is in fact in the UK. Have we reached out to Mo to see if he can hop in?
Yeah, I did. I sent a thing out to everybody. But if he's evacuating a building, I don't know if he'll be able to cover the court trial.
That's the best possible time.
Hey, you were covering the court trial in the middle of an evacuation.
I was gonna say, man, I managed to be able to cover all of this shit and have a couple of really great conversations on Slow News Day while being a wildfire evacuee. I mean, I'm crazy.
Lies.
I will defer to Waylon Jennings here and state that I've always been crazy, but it kept me from going insane.
Good quote.
Hey, Martin O'Connor in the chat. It is good to see you, sir. I have not seen you around for a while. I hope you're doing well. Please keep sending me music randomly. I appreciate that.
So I just want to again give a shout out to the threads that we've been reading live on air here. We have Richard Medhurst. This is for the name ones. Richard Medhurst, Mary Kostakidis, Juan Passarelli, Mohammed Almazi, Kevin Gastola, and then the @Defense Assange account. Not sure who's running it. I'm not sure if people know, but it is someone that does have courtroom access. I'm just not entirely sure.
Shout out to Consortium too.
Consortium too as well.
Yeah, look, man, Joe Lauria is almost trying to almost outpacing Action for Assange on the amount of daily content that they've been putting out.
And it's been excellent to top it off.
I am perfectly willing to accept a second place trophy. Even though we're still putting out more content. It's just Joe Lauria is like every single day, man. Every single day last week, including Saturday and Sunday. Dude isn't taking a day off. Like he's doing some very, very commendable work. And if you haven't, let me reiterate what Andrew said. Make sure you go and give Consortium News some love because they are just fucking crushing it.
And everyone else involved too, because this is Herculean, honestly, for these people to be up at this hour, transcribing as rapidly as they are, sharing all of this information. Because all we're doing is reading. What they're doing is listening, typing, making sure it's accurate, having to reread their stuff and correct it, all while everything is happening in real time. So the people that actually have access to this feed that are going through it are fucking phenomenal human beings.
Real quick, there's a question in my chat, and I'm going to put this to everyone, including the people who are watching in the Action for Assange chat, and you, Andre, and Sleepy Josh. It says, if you were trying to get a teenager who never heard of Assange interested in him, what would you say?
I mean, I've talked to my kid briefly about it, and she's a teenager, and I first because I started kind of giving her the information that the news is not necessarily all false, but they leave out a lot. By the time she hit 11, and so I've gone over the Assange stuff a little bit, but. And I've told her about some of the smears and crap, and I'm just honest with her. The people don't realize, man, the kids are a lot fucking smarter than we give them credit for.
One of the things that I do, because I don't have an 11-year-old, but I do have a couple young kids, and to put it in context for them, because there's so much stuff that a 6 and 8-year-old don't really understand about the world. So I try to frame it in the terms that they get. I literally tell, when Julian and Chelsea were both incarcerated, I was explaining to my daughters that the bad guys caught Batman and Robin, and that they were on the conveyor belt, and because my girls love the old Batman shows, and that it was up to normal people like us, like me and Steve and everyone else that's fighting here, to save the superheroes from the conveyor belt. It's not the best analogy, and it's not really something to get an older kid interested, but it's a way to describe the situation in terms of what kids can understand from a frame of reference, I guess. Not that a billionaire bat is the best role model, but to really
I have teenagers, and I do talk to them about this. The frame of reference is going to be pretty different because of the work that I do, and because of stuff like conversations that we've had in my house since they were very, very, very young. So it isn't that my kids were unfamiliar with Julian Assange, but they do have questions from time to time, and I depending on the kid, I either use like a sports analogy or a historical or biblical analogy. But it's having an underdog or undervalued fighter going up against the biggest, baddest, most well-funded team on the planet. And it's basically what it comes down to is our ability to have access to information that nobody is telling us how to think or feel about. I think the last thing that any teenage kid wants is to be told how they're supposed to think and feel. And if you put it to them that WikiLeaks and Julian Assange have made it basically their mission to not propagandize you, to not force you to think or feel one way about whatever it is they're reporting on, I think that that's something that's relatable. And if you can then say, and because of that, because WikiLeaks wants you to have some self-determination, the powerful state actors who do not want you to have self-determination are doing everything they possibly can to silence this person and to destroy this outlet.
I think another good question along these lines is, at what age do you tell your kid that the Iraq war that we're still in was all based on lies? And what age?
I started that at 8.
Yeah. And how and in what way do you tell your kid about 9/11 and what actually transpired there and all of these other historical things? And to me, it's about putting it in context just for people in general. But when we were at the Lincoln Memorial, this was day one of the protests here in DC. We're on day 3 or day 1, week 3 now, but week 1, day 1, we were outside the Lincoln Memorial, and there was a teenage girl that came up and just was wondering what the heck we were doing. Why there was a bunch of people that had a tent set up that were passing out flyers and things. And I don't think it's inherently appropriate to describe torture to children and all of these things, even though it is factually accurate. So we had essentially just described it in a way like, if Julian's allowed to be prosecuted, everything you learned in school about the First Amendment and your right to be free is gone. And the girl literally just stood there, thought for like half a second, and then said, so 2020 just got more fucked. And I think putting it in the context of, hey, there's all these things you learned in school, and they're all that you're still actively learning, and they're all going away without your school telling you, is a really important way, because that just like busts a hole in that government propaganda that's run through the educational system right now. So I think that that's another way to approach it for younger kids, is addressing the fact that like everything your teacher's teaching you about history is about to go away.
And I'd go further with that with mine. Like I make my kid learn about history not just at school, because there's so much they either don't cover or whitewash. And so
And
that's
now,
something I've always done with her. Is like, oh, you want to know about Columbus? Okay, let's talk about Columbus. Let me tell you who he really is. And she actually, I've been really surprised. She's had a couple really good history teachers in the last few years that have actually busted through the normal like Columbus narrative and shit. So like, it's kind of good to hear that it's actually happening with some of the younger teachers.
When we were evacuated and I was down at that resort center thing by Pebble Beach, one of the people that we were hanging out with, who's a family friend and the editor of the local paper here that I occasionally produce content for, she's a history teacher and has a very, very high opinion of the history that she teaches. And so I was just kind of like running through some shit with her, and she was trying to like puff up her own curriculum, and it brought it to like the civil rights history and what she teaches as opposed to what the book says to teach. And I was like, well, do you talk about Black Wall Street? Do you talk about the firebombing of Black Wall Street, which was at Tulsa, Oklahoma? And it was one of the first acts of post-Reconstruction, complete and total fucking race-based terrorism. And she had no idea what I was talking about. No clue. And this is, a history teacher who prides herself on the fact that she teaches history that it isn't being discussed in the book. And this is a fairly big instance in U.S. history. I was like, what about the move bombing? Do you talk about the move bombing? And she's like, what's the move bombing? And I'm like, oh, fuck, So
I was actually fortunate enough to have an American history teacher in high school that was at the Kent State riots, where his best friend was shot and killed by the National Guard. So
I don't even. Everybody that I know that says they were at Kent State says it was their best friend that was shot that day. Like it's so weird. Like I don't know. Not that your teacher it was lying to you. It's just like I've heard that story from way too many people for it to all be accurate.
Yeah, but I still think it's like I'm grateful to those people in my life that taught me that the government fucking lies, because that's what teachers are supposed to be there to do, is teach kids how to function in a democratic society, and that's not what we have. But anyways, we do have some new tweets coming through by Kevin Gostola. We hear from the defense that most of this week is going to be spent on medical evidence from witnesses. From the defense re-examination, Grostov said that some of the mirrored WikiLeaks websites were using different types of software than what WikiLeaks had prescribed. This was the first time during the proceedings that we saw Vanessa Breitster concerned that all the witnesses may not be finished by the end of the fourth week, impacting the defense's ability to question witnesses. She stopped Summers several times over what she maintained wasn't a dispute. Summers wanted to go through the chronology from August 31st to September 2nd again, because Mr. Smith seemed to suggest WikiLeaks released an editorial that would lead people to the unredacted cables. After much back and forth, the judge and prosecutor essentially clarified that they did not believe the editorial helped anyone find the password for unredacted cables. Summer accepted, although he did not have much choice, that he couldn't question Garoff on this further. So just to clarify and read that again, after much back and forth, the judge and U.S. prosecution essentially clarifying that they did not believe the editorial helped anyone find the password for the unredacted cables. And I think that is a significant milestone and achievement here in court, because now the prosecution can no longer argue, period, according to what was just entered here by the judge 3 minutes ago, that WikiLeaks released the unredacted cables first, or at all. So I think that is huge, and that is essentially a game-changing statement by the judge and the prosecution in conceding this point. To continue, Summers mentioned the open letter Gregoff apparently signed urging Trump to drop the investigation into WikiLeaks. It was also signed by military members, judges, human rights activists, etc., from throughout the world. The defense regrettably informed the judge that journalist Jacob Augustine had to catch a flight and is not available for the afternoon. Journalist Andy Worthington, who worked extensively on the Gitmo files, could be questioned in the afternoon, but it may not be necessary because the defense and prosecution believe they can agree on the statements to be submitted to the court. So we're kind of in a state of limbo while we're waiting on this to develop further, because we're on lunch break right now officially, but it may be that we get put in a position where court is called early for the day. I hope that does not happen because it's actually gotten really, really good with the defense here actually being able to force this statement out. That after much back and forth, the prosecution and judge essentially clarifying they do not believe the editorial helped anyone find the password for unredacted cables. So the judge and prosecution have basically said that it is David Lee's fault for publishing the unredacted cables and not WikiLeaks, in so many words. So that is an important, super important part to remember throughout this whole process now, that the part of WikiLeaks release the names of informants, which isn't illegal, can now no longer be brought up at all. That is a point that the prosecution now, every time they would otherwise bring it up, has to concede that it was not WikiLeaks that irresponsibly published the unredacted cables.
Well, and now it just means that they have to further refine their argument or change their argument altogether, which, let's recap, has gone from Julian Assange is not a journalist to Julian Assange is a journalist, but that doesn't matter because the U.S. has every right to prosecute journalists, to Julian Assange cavalierly released the names of informants, to now Julian Assange is a person we would like to see incarcerated simply because he does good work. Like, that's basically what they're going to have to run with now, is we don't like this guy. Rob Juno, Big Rob in the chat, Breitzer seems to be feeling the wind change, or am I just fooling myself? So we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Elizabeth Voss and I did, and we both agreed that she's finding it difficult to continue following her script based on how just horrifically the prosecution is performing, but that it seems to be more like a parent who's disappointed in their child than it is a change of heart or a shift in perspective. Like, she expects more out of the prosecution and is therefore almost ashamed of their piss poor performance, rather than this whole thing is going completely off the rails and this poor guy doesn't need to be prosecuted or renditioned or broad daylight kidnapped. Having said that,
and I would
like to believe that because of the piss poor performance and because so many holes have been shot into this argument, that that she will be put in the awkward position of having to rule against the broad daylight kidnapping. But it is the UK court system, it is the concierge of the US State Department, and it is ultimately the United States national security infrastructure itself that is putting Julian Assange on trial, and Breitzer is just a fucking figurehead. And
to remind people, there's almost literally no information about Breitzer at all on the internet. You can't even get a full copy of all of her court cases. There was a Freedom of Information Act request filed in the UK to specifically get information on the rulings of all of her extradition cases. The UK told the person following the FOIA request, we're not going to give that to you. At the same time, just as a legal experiment, the same person who filed that FOIA request filed in a separate part of the country a FOIA request on a different judge in the same position and level of authority as Baretzer, and was given everything and asked by the Freedom of Information Act Department in the UK if the information on the other judge was sufficient or if they wanted to clarify their statements and position to be able to get more information. That is the direct opposite of what they did with the Freedom of Information Act request about Baretzer, where they said, we're not giving this to you. So even the application of law in the Freedom of Information Act request is being dictated to some extent by the will of the State Department and what they're willing to reveal about a woman that all public information shows she has a 96% extradition rate with the cases we do know about.
So Martin O'Connor in my chat just a moment ago says, am I right in thinking that the prosecution don't have to make any case and that the onus is on the defense to prove that there are no crimes committed to answer to? I don't know how burden of proof works in UK law. In US courts, the burden of proof is on the state and the prosecution, not the defense, the assumption being innocence until guilt is proven. In practice, it is very different from that, where guilt is sort of assumed, and it takes a magnificently competent defense to work around that, or an entirely incompetent prosecution. I will, during the break here, Ed, here in a moment, I will try to look up what the burden of proof requirements are for the UK, but I don't have an immediate answer to that, and I probably should, since it's week 3 of the second phase of a hearing that began in February. So
which is going to officially be extended to week 4 now, according to everything that we've seen from the court. We have a new statement out here by Kevin Gostola as of a minute ago. And I love this one. If we are going to have an open discussion about who is unnecessary prolonging Assange's trial, I would like to enter evidence, or I would enter to evidence the 6.5 to 7 hour prosecution spent cross-examining 2 U.S. attorneys called as experts, Eric Lewis and Carrie Shankman. We went through the Carrie Shankman cross-examination pretty in depth. That was the one where COVID scare Dobbins basically got ripped to pieces. So I think that was a phenomenal piece, and I'm really glad that we got to actually read through those. But Kevin is absolutely right here. It is every step of the way the prosecution using the process of the court to prolong the trial, to the point that the prosecution has literally said, like, well, can we just cut some witnesses because we can accept their statements? I think that's super important to make sure people realize that it is the prosecution and the technological incompetence of the United Kingdom that is extending this trial beyond its 3-week time period. It is not the defense. It is not Julian. It is the prosecution and the courtroom itself at the hands of Baretzer and this terrible technological rollout that they're doing. He continued, neither Lewis nor Shankman had any evidence to share from their personal involvement with Assange, and yet somehow we were subject to several hours of questioning from prosecutors. It is beyond reasonable to take that much time. And if you remember, this is where the prosecution asked for more time multiple times, and it was one of the first times in court where Baretzer actually told the U.S., no, like, we gave you 4 hours. We're not cutting you off. We're controlling the flow of court. So I appreciate Kevin putting that information out there about that in that way.
So in terms of burden of proof, Martin, even in extradition cases, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defense. So it's up to QC Lewis and company which again today included third string prosecutor Johnny Bush League, Joel the Smith, I think. I don't know. Hey there, Kevin.
Hey.
So, hey, that Kevin Gostola joining us once again this morning on the live stream. We were just talking about whether or not the burden of proof for extradition is on the state or on the defense in UK court law. If you have anything that you can add to that, I'm not 100% well versed in either extradition law or UK law, although I've tried to brush up quite a bit. But I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Well, I would just say that I think it's my view, and I suppose it helps me cover the case well, is to just accept that the purpose of the trial is so that the defense can show the prosecutor that she should not extradite Julian Assange. So by logic, to me, again, I'm not even doing this as a lawyer. I'm just doing this as somebody who's covering the proceedings. By logic, if the defense decided not to put anything on the record, she would just extradite him. So that tells me that this whole entire proceeding is to convince her not to extradite Julian Assange. Wait, I mean, I think you can follow.
Yeah. If you could, Kevin, please give us a. I mean, we've been following along with your live tweets, Richie's, Juan Passarelli's, Mo's, the Assange defense, Mary Costakides. But if you could give us kind of a summation of the prosecution as led today by Johnny Bush League, what his arguments were, and what the defense rebuttals to that were.
I honestly have to go find a way to report what the prosecution was trying to argue, and I'm not quite sure what they were trying to show. As we I mean, the last 5 minutes were rather amazing, and I don't know if I can get a general audience to care, but since we're a bunch of like avid Assange people, then I suppose the people watching this would care about these 5 minutes quite a bit. I mean, in the grand scheme, it's not like we're going to look back 6 months from now and these are going to really make a difference. But right now, what Judge Bretzer basically did was halt the defense's cross-examination and insist that they were wasting her time. And it's like, then Summer said, okay, kind of like, this isn't what I expected to have to deal with today when I put this together. And this is what I'm trying to do. So let me just tell you, I believe that the prosecutor is trying to suggest that WikiLeaks put out an editorial about the unredacted cables, and then that gave people a signal to go look for them, and they used the password that David Lee and Luke Harding put in their book that they co-authored, and then that was what the government is trying to say led to a lot of harm and damage, as they're alleging in their indictment, and that's how this really got the ball rolling as it goes to the cables that are charged, that Julian Assange is charged with releasing. And she said, no, I don't think that's what the prosecutor was arguing. Well, okay, so now as someone who's trying to observe this objectively, although I'm not saying objectively as in like I'm not supportive of Julian Assange, but like objectively and trying to follow and make sense of what is happening on any given day based on what the prosecutors are trying to do or what the defense is trying to do, I go, so is the judge making the prosecutor's case now? Like that kind of sounds like you're trying to make the case to the defense what the prosecutors are arguing. But maybe I'm wrong. But then the prosecutor stands up and says, like, yeah, we're not trying to, like, we wouldn't dispute it. We just say that the editorial came out at this timestamp on, I think they decided it was actually August 31st. But like not that long. It was like maybe 15 or 16 minutes before September 1st. A lot of this is all confusing for people who don't have the material right in front of them. But the most important thing to come out of the last few minutes before we went to recess for lunch is that they were not trying to say with the WikiLeaks editorial that it was some kind of a signal to go look for the password in order to crack the cables. So I don't really know why they were raising the issue of the WikiLeaks editorial, but it seems like now the defense doesn't really have to worry about whatever the prosecution was trying to suggest. And so then we were done with Grothoff, and there wasn't any reason to have him on the stand anymore. And basically that took away. I mean, I suppose if you ask the defense, they still wanted to ask those questions to be really clear with the judge, but I guess their purpose was not necessary. So, I mean, I don't really know what the prosecutors were trying to show the judge based on this material. I know what the defense was doing with Grothoff. They wanted to outline that this was not WikiLeaks' fault, that the unredacted cables were available on the internet for people to access. And you had all these independent people, such as Nigel Perry, who had put this together and was showing people how to do it. You had Der Freitag that was investigating it as well. You had a Der Spiegel article that said more vaguely, but pointed people to the fact that something was about to happen that was big with the cables. Everything was going to change about how they handled the diplomatic cables. And so they were making the point, and they were making the point with their evidence from Grothoff that what they did in putting the file on the internet was not an irresponsible practice, that even the defense team is using the same process. They put an encrypted file of defense evidence for Grothoff online for him to download with a key so that he could do his work. It's the same thing that they did with the cable cache that they lost control of.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially how banks and hospitals transfer information too.
Yeah, and they said that too, and they made that clear.
The biggest developments was the tweet you put up at 8:15, where you said the judge and prosecutor essentially clarifying they do not believe the editorial helped anyone find the password, referring to the editorial by WikiLeaks. Do you think that, because this is kind of what I get from this, do you think that this completely throws out any attempt to make the argument that WikiLeaks disclosed the name of informants, which we know isn't illegal, but is something that the defense was trying to argue, and that going forward, anything Cablegate related is David Lee's fault instead of WikiLeaks' fault?
Yeah, so there's two things. One, at no point during all of this have prosecutors at any point said that what we're hearing from the defense about David Lee is wrong. You know, they've been unable to contest the storyline that we are getting from the defense about what David Lee did and the role he played in this being published. And also, I'll add that we had a really important exchange happen as a result of them trying to attack Grothoff over the signing of a 2017 open letter calling for Donald Trump to drop the grand jury investigation into WikiLeaks. And also, to be clear, at that point, there were no charges. We did not know that Julian Assange was going to be indicted. So it was just worldwide. It wouldn't have been as significant. I guess the reason why I make that point is it wouldn't have been as significant because we didn't think there were charges. So the people who signed it would have been, more diehard, but also like if you saw it, you wouldn't have given it that much importance in your head if you signed it because there wasn't an urgency to save Julian Assange in early 2017. We didn't know he was going to be charged, but they confronted him to show that they believe he's biased and didn't conduct his work fairly. Although I would say that they didn't actually show that he did anything improper in putting his material together, but they did that. And he confronted them and said, well, I think that, the way you're characterizing all of this suggests that, you're deliberately confusing the actions that WikiLeaks took to obscure documents and that you did not do your own homework to identify who first published these cables, that in putting together this indictment, they just created this narrative around Assange before looking to actually see how the unredacted cables became public, and that it was unfair. This is what Grothoff said to the prosecutor. It was unfair to accuse Mr. Assange of publishing unredacted classified cables. And so, and this was when he was challenged on whether he was biased or not. And he basically got backed into a corner and said, well, like, I looked at your indictment, and based on my research, I'd have to judge fairly that you didn't put this indictment together appropriately because it doesn't factor in what was available on the internet before Assange did the activity that you're pointing out here. So, I mean, I think to the extent that what happened today is important for the defense, what's important is that we're seeing quite clearly that Assange didn't do anything to compromise the cables. That, in fact, if you're going to charge people with offenses related to the cables, you might charge David Lee for putting a passphrase in his book. I'm not suggesting that as much as I might find David Lee to be a disgusting person at this point, especially when it comes to this case, I have a principle of not endorsing prosecutions of journalists. So I don't know if I would go for that. But I do think that there's been some discussion, too, about how silent David Lee and Luke Harding have been throughout all of this. And it's probably past time that somebody in the media with access to these people make them say something on the record about what's been going on.
It seems like, and there was a comment in my chat about this as well, that even John Shipton, outside of the Old Bailey, was quoted as saying, it appears that David Lee has become an asset of the prosecution. Have you been able to look at the witness list? Is David Lee on that at all? Is he going to make an appearance in this court case? Because it really does seem like the prosecution has relied over heavily on his and Luke Harding's, I guess, book. Reconstituted pile of shit and smears is a more accurate description, but we'll go with book for the purposes of the conversation.
It has binding like a book, but maybe that's the only thing it has in common with books. But no, I mean, he's not on the list. I don't think he's cooperated at all with the defense, and I think that should be astounding to us, because you have Alan Rusbridger, who was a big editor at the time, who I think he was running the newspaper, actually, and if I have that correct. And now he himself has, despite any personality issues or differences, any sort of squabbles they had, he has said very clearly that we need to take this seriously and stand up against the prosecution. It's one of the few things related to The Guardian we can say has been good for Julian Assange in the past months, because he's been very open about opposing this prosecution. And despite that, David Lee is somehow still MIA on this and hasn't even put out the basic kind of thing that we've gotten from a lot of people, which is, no matter what you think of Julian Assange, you should oppose this prosecution. I'm not aware of what David Lee's position is on any of these recent developments in the last 2 years. I couldn't tell you what David Lee, or Luke Harding for that matter, thinks. I mean, for all I know, Luke Harding is completely lost in the wilderness to all of the, Russiagate BS that makes them think that they should bring Julian Assange to the United States and put him on trial so he can be interrogated and forced to cough up his sources about who he was getting information from. So again, the point, not to get too far afield here, is that both of them are doing nothing to show media solidarity with Julian Assange, when in fact their editor-in-chief, Alan Rusbridger, has shown support for Julian Assange.
I'm pretty sure that Luke Harding sees imaginary Paul Manaforts wherever he goes. So I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be making a statement one way or another on this.
Well, they probably didn't want him to testify as part of their case if they were the defense, because they didn't know how many figments of his Russian-addled imagination would surface. As you know, he might even go so. Maybe he'd say Roger. He'd probably claim Roger Stone was that he had like multiple conversations with Roger Stone that never happened.
Right. In the same way that like I would love to populate U.S. sports stadiums with cardboard cutouts of Julian Assange, which is a thing you can do.
Yeah.
You can pay like X amount of dollars to have a cardboard cutout of, at least yourself put into the stands. I want to do that with Julian Assange. I would love to do that with UK football games with like cutouts of either Joe Piscopo or Paul Manafort, and then like a little wearing like a Guardian hat or something like
there
that.
There has to be one
populate the stands that way.
There has to be one Rick Astley in the audience, though. There has to be one Rick Astley cutout hiding amongst all of the Julian. But we do have a couple questions in the chat, and I want your opinion on this one most particularly, Kevin, because you're following this as close as anybody. Mm-hmm. What are the odds that Julian will be set free?
So that would require the judge not approving extradition. And if that happened, then the government would appeal. They could challenge bail. It's unclear to me if in the middle of that he would be released. And then if they lose, then the defense would appeal. And if they appeal, then they would definitely challenge the bail and say that they think Julian Assange should be released from jail. It's possible that the appeal court, that even if he is not allowed out on bail, that they might be able to change the terms of his confinement to home confinement and get some electronic monitoring. We've never heard evidence in this proceeding as to why tagging Julian Assange, like putting an electronic tag on his leg, would not be enough to prevent him from being a flight risk. I don't know, maybe they think he's some like super hacker who's gonna like remove the device, but once it goes off, like then they're gonna know that it goes off. And I'd assume that wherever he's confined at his home, based on what we saw with the Ecuador embassy, that they would probably put like 10 to 20 different police officers around his home where he was confined indefinitely until this was all over. He's such a high profile defendant that they're not going to just let him live his life in private at whatever residence he goes to be confined. And so, but yeah, to answer your question, I think that it is a possibility.
I'm gonna reference here, and I'm gonna pull it up on the share screen, this email from the Stratfor hacks, where it says, one other point is this: ferreting out his Confederates is also key. Find out what other disgruntled rogues inside tent or outside. Pile on. Move him from country to country to face various charges for the next 25 years, but seize everything he and his family own, to include every person linked to WikiLeaks. So it is reasonable to assume that even if extradition is denied in this case, there will be a series of other, anywhere from fabricated entirely to thinly strung together charges against Julian Assange, because this is straight up their plan going back a decade.
Yeah, so that goes to the political issue, because the fact is that that's where like what we're doing as journalists, and also what activists are doing, that's where that becomes essential. Any of the people who are musicians or actors that support Julian, any celebrities that support Julian, anybody who's doing anything in their community to hold rallies and vigils is important, because we have to show that we know what they're up to so that they back down, because otherwise that's probably and obviously the plan. We know that, we already can speak to what's in this indictment and how it's missing publications from WikiLeaks. It's missing It's missing work that the site has done. So if this is something and they strike out, then they have all of those releases and they can go make indictments based on those if they would like.
So we had one more question in chat, and I think I have the answer, but I want you to answer it because you are closest. But also, if anyone has any questions about the court case that we can answer for you, either as hosts or Kevin, please let us know. This question, though, is, has the prosecution brought up Anonymous yet?
No, we haven't heard anything about Wolsek, which is in the fresh extradition request. That would relate to Sabu and probably go to Jeremy Hammond and Stratfor, which we just looked at the email that was disclosed from the Stratfor emails that was published. And that's a good point because we're not really getting into this in these proceedings at the moment. I don't know if the defense even has a witness. That was a complaint on the first day, which was that this is conduct that was added to the general allegations part of the indictment by the prosecutors at the 11th hour before we were supposed to go on with the extradition trial. And they haven't had a lot of time to prepare any rebuttal. So, without them putting anything on the record about this, then the prosecution doesn't have to bring it up in the courtroom. So it basically goes left unchallenged. And the judge just kind of like accepts it as a fact of the storyline for Assange. Now, while it doesn't go to any specific charges necessarily, it is there to create this idea that Julian Assange is not a journalist, but rather was involved in, cyber attacks and hacking against people. So it's a way to create prejudice in the judge's mind. That's why that's in there. And I don't know how the defense is going to come up with someone that can appropriately challenge this in the time that they have been given.
I mean, we've got documentation that speaks to the character of both Hector Monsignor and Sigurd Thordarson. And at least in Siggy's case, we've got both medical records and prosecutorial records of his sociopathy and his crimes, the impersonation of Julian Assange, the embezzlement. It seems like the prosecution could not have picked two better witnesses in terms of the defense's ability to counter. Because Sabu had been fully flipped and was actively working for the FBI before the creation of Wolsek. And Siggy is a sociopathic pedophile. Like, there's no way around that. So why the U.S. government would hinge their case on the testimony of either of these two individuals is just so fucking far beyond me.
Yeah, but this is typical of entrapment cases.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that that's something that hopefully will be addressed, but I don't think necessarily needs to be to get the case thrown out. Would you say that the prosecution at this point has had to alter their line of questioning, essentially conceding that what Julian does is publish information and what he is could be considered a journalist? Do you think that the prosecution has conceded that at this point?
Yeah, with the caveat being that it's become more dangerous because now they're saying, okay, what you're saying as far as law goes is journalistic activity, but the Espionage Act doesn't prevent us.
Do you think that, because on Friday we saw Claire Dobbins directly interviewing for the first time in court a witness, and she was talking with Shankman, and she had argued that anyone that went as far as to retweet WikiLeaks could be prosecuted under the Espionage Act. Do you think that that's something that was properly picked apart or has been properly addressed in the media for how important the fact that everyone that read a WikiLeaks Cablegate Iraq war log or Afghan war log or Gitmo file, according to the U.S., can be detained under the Espionage Act. Do you think that that's been addressed properly yet?
Yeah. So I think what you're saying is important. I just need to find the thing I can't find the I had it in my thread for today, related to what Dobbin did last week, and this was important because what
I'll send it to you in the.
Oh no, I see it now. I see what I did. So in the cross-examination with Shankman, this was important because it came up that the prosecutor basically was making this point that they agreed on the state of the law, but this agreement shouldn't give us any relief, because what Shankman said was it was his position that the Espionage Act is so broadly worded as to allow for prosecution of the mainstream press. And so then Dobbin said, we have common ground that the state of law is such that publishers can be prosecuted under the Espionage Act for publication of national defense information. That's national defense information is what's in the Espionage Act. That's how it describes information. It's not classified information. It's information that could be sensitive but classified to the U.S. government. And so, what I took this to be is like, okay, although there is no precedent for prosecuting a publisher under the Espionage Act, the U.S. Justice Department right now under Bill Barr is actually inverting that. What should give us relief that there isn't a precedent to them is like a dare. It's like, oh, well, we've never been told we can't prosecute, so we could try it. And that was hugely alarming. But that's the position of the prosecution now, is not like, actually, it's almost worse that they're conceding Julian Assange is a journalist, but they would still go on and pursue this case.
Well, we knew going in that this was more than just about Julian Assange, that it was about the criminalization of journalism and about the end of investigative journalism. I didn't think that we were going to hear it directly from the prosecution.
Yeah.
At least in the way that they laid it out. And I do feel that it's advantageous to us as activists, as journalists, as people in the independent media, to give us that hardcore proof of, look, it came directly from the mouth of the prosecution, that this is what this case is really about. This is really why we need some more hands on deck here. Oh shit, I had something. I did, and then I fucking jumped off.
But I think if I can extrapolate where I think you're going, it's essentially that we thought, like we had heard constantly in coverage by the more mainstream press, that this was somehow going to be unique to Julian Assange. That like, okay, I think there's been this hubris, if you could call it, that they're going to do this case, and in the end, it's only going to disrupt a category, a very small category of people out there who model what they do after Julian Assange. And then there's been this idea of like, well, we're not them. We aren't them. But what the defense has shown is that, like, you can't really distinguish. There is no we aren't them. You are them. Even if you have, I mean, I've been making this argument, which is, even if you ideologically are in sync with what the U.S. government is doing, and you're not challenging the U.S. government as WikiLeaks publications did, but like, let's say you apologize for war crimes, you excuse torture, you are for endless wars, you are justifying misconduct by diplomats, even if that's your ideology, you're still going to be in trouble, because you're using the same tools and tactics and processes with sources in the government. The question then is, would a prosecutor come after you? And I doubt it, because you haven't done anything to make them upset, so they probably wouldn't direct their firepower towards you. But is that a risk you want to take? Like, you never know when you might get a story that puts you on the other end of a process. So, like,
well, and also it depends on who's in power, because If
Right,
power
exactly.
shifts, then that journalist who was working with a previous administration to help cover up an excuse for their illegal activities, if there's a shift in power, then the Espionage Act can be weaponized for political persecution like it's being done right now. But it can easily go after a mainstream, I'm here to toe the line reporter based on a political whim.
Yeah. Like what we've seen with Donald Trump is very much a conflict among elites where they're fighting amongst themselves over who should get to run the government within institutions like the NSA, the CIA, etc. And it's like, okay, well, let's say it's like John Brennan versus Gina Haspel, maybe, and it's just like, okay, you could end up on the other side of that. Like maybe the Justice Department would come. Well, actually, we have a real example. I don't have to him and haw. We've heard that the Justice Department might be coming for John Bolton over his book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, who does that impact? That impacts the publisher of that book. So what if, you thought you were just publishing somebody who was a rebel against the Trump administration, so to speak, and that it was mostly commonplace and it wasn't a big issue, but, now the Justice Department might make an issue out of it. So, even though that's a guy that called for Julian Assange's execution and has wanted to also hang Chelsea Manning, I mean, he very well could end up on the other side of this.
So we had another question here coming in from the chat. And again, if anyone has questions or would like clarity about the court case, please ask. But we have someone coming in with, how is Julian looking? So can you confirm, because I believe there was a part where you had mentioned that the camera did switch to him. So could you confirm his physical condition and what situation he is at in court right now?
So I don't really know what he looks like today. That I can say I haven't seen him, but also I don't actually, have to keep up with taking notes. So I don't usually look up at the video feed. I'm just listening to the court in case anybody wanted to know how I keep up with everything. I don't know that that's particularly interesting, but I haven't seen him today. Although I know that during court, I guess what I would say, more so than like what he looks like on video, what I would say is what we see that's a difference from February to now that I think is a good development is he is engaged with the proceedings. So today we stopped so that he could talk with his lawyer about questions that could be asked to Christian Grothhoff later. We've had that multiple times. So I view that as a positive, that he is picking up on things that he sees in the court, and we're stopping so that he can ask questions or make sure that things are raised with witnesses by his legal team. Now, I don't know I could not tell you exactly what the legal team raised. We had a really good example on Friday when it involved David Yates, who was the Baghdad bureau chief for Reuters, because he actually stopped the proceedings, or sorry, he interrupted. And I actually am glad that Bretzer chose this. Instead of scolding Julian, she said, well, your client wants to talk with you, or I believe Mr. Assange wants to talk with you. So they went to the back and talked, and it came back. And the point that Julian Assange wanted the defense to make was that all of this back and forth going on between the judge and the defense over whether collateral murder video was relevant or not, the point needed to be made that the Iraq rules of engagement, which Julian is charged with disclosing, were put out on the same day as the collateral murder video. And at that point, the defense had yet to say very clearly that those came out by WikiLeaks on the same day. And so he came up with this really good point, I think, in the timeline that needed to be made. And that was from him. So that suggests that at least mentally, he is in a place where he's being able to follow what's happening in court. And so I think we should be at least somewhat relieved that he's not sitting in that glass box and is now declined so much in his health that he can't tell what's happening.
And I think that that's
You're muted, Steve.
because we had just a few months ago Julian in court in one of I don't remember the case management hearings, say he was having trouble remembering his birthday. So this is a huge monumental development that Julian is allowed to be involved in this way and is still maintaining through a decade of psychological torture the ability to adequately defend himself, even in the most heinous conditions. Literally having 6 months of no contact through private means with his attorneys and all that.
If you watched Consortium News's Saturday panel with Pilger and Dan Ellsberg and Mr. Bean, I can't Marcus something or other, Mercutius or something like, I can't remember his last name.
I think it's Mercurus. Alexander Mercurus. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives me real strong Mr. Bean vibes. Love that guy, dude. It's ridiculous. He's so animated and like just in his movements. It's really, really fascinating for me to watch. But if you watch that, Pilger confirms that the last couple of times that he's been able to visit Julian Assange, Julian has had like every ounce of his gallows humor about him, and that over the course of the last, I guess since he got to start speaking to Stella and his children again, like he started to come back in that last 4 months.
I'm sorry, I'll mute. There's vehicles all over the place.
It's it's 9 a.m. in DC. Everybody's in that neighborhood's getting ready to get out the door and go to work. Hopefully the unkind neighbor is already gone. This motherfucker actually put up a photo background brick wall drop on the side of the house for the neighbor who was fucking with this.
She was actually pleasant this morning. She's been in and out of the house, and I said, "Hey, good morning, how are you?" And she said, "Good morning," and then closed the door. So
she's progress, homie. That is progress.
She's a wonderful lady.
Running unopposed for like neighborhood advisory board or something like that.
Yeah. So I want to actually put a share screen up real quick, and this is just the information that Mohammed Almazi's tweeting out right now, just to put the tweets up there for everybody to see. These are supporters outside of Belmarsh.
Oh, great.
Belmarsh Old Bailey. And I think this is super cool because you actually have there's Craig Murray and I don't.
That's Nalia. That's Tarek.
Sorry.
That's Nalia. That's Tarek Haddad's good friend.
Okay. I apologize for not knowing who that was.
The house that we had all rented before I found
MIA.
Yep, and MIA came, and Mohammed actually doing wonderful pictures from outside the court. Got a picture of MIA talking with Christian. So I think that is awesome.
And over here, this guy in the white mask has been there a lot as an observer doing good stuff.
Cool.
He's from Germany.
Is that Fuchs? I can't remember what his last name is. I vaguely recognize who you're talking about there. Christian Ramson's a huge guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's a big dude. I forget when you just see him in the one shot, but when you go to a two shot, especially when Taylor was interviewing him, like, Taylor's not a towering giant in her own right, but the difference was just night and day.
All right. Well, I think we're going to be back in the next 5 or so minutes, so I'm going to have to drop off here.
For sure. Thank you very much for.
It's good to join.
Time.
Absolutely. Is there anyone real quick before we go that you would like to give a shout out to? Oh God.
Oh well. So just very very generally, I'm going to actually be putting out a guide to all the people who have been reporting on this and covering the activists like you, the advocacy organizations, people like me who have been doing good work, just to help. I think we should continue to criticize the establishment media, but I'd like to help Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi and some of the other folks actually find the reporting on this Assange trial so that they can boost our work, because we've only been talking about who isn't covering, but there's a lot of people doing really hard work, and I'd like to make sure that people are able to find what we're doing, because it's out there.
I put out a list yesterday that people have expanded on of people that have been doing really good work, and I don't know if I told you.
I gotta go. We're back.
Okay, all of my God damn it!
But
Trying
just
to let him know that the Slow News Day audience is going to be supporting his website, but I can tell
everybody knows too. We're gonna get a list together after the court case, which is apparently going one more week now, to say thank you to all of the independent media creators that have put out this information, that are covering the case, and aspects of Julian's situation. And we'd like to ask our
why
audience,
not do that this week for this call to action?
We can. I'm going to put out a bunch of them.
I think it would. I want people to start elevating them during the case.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. That's But what I was going to ask is, our audience has the amazing ability to leverage economic power. Like, you helped us raise enough money to get here to DC for 3 weeks, which we are eternally grateful for. And I would love to see that type of energy put into independent media that are covering Julian's situation, and specifically saying, thank you for covering Julian's situation. Here is my contribution to you for your time and energy and effort. Because without telling them what the contributions are for and why you're making it to them, I think it's a little less impactful, and allowing the independent media to know what you want them to cover and why you support them, I think, is super important.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we're all part of that audience too, you know. So when specifically, like when I criticize somebody, it's as a member of their audience, you know, and I will be the first to admit that there are shows that I have a hard time keeping up with just because of the schedule that I keep to my, you know, for myself. But I have never not criticized someone who I am not an audience member of their show. And when I'm coming at them because I have contributed to their channel as an audience member. And as an audience member, I would really like to see this coverage taking place. And when that doesn't happen, I feel alienated as an audience member and less inclined to contribute and more inclined to criticize. And by the way, for the people that are here that didn't hear this the other day, I can't remember if it was yesterday or Saturday on the vigil. No, it was yesterday with Elizabeth Voss. If you are active on social media, please directly hit up on every available platform people with super large audiences like Joe Rogan and try to encourage them to interview Niels Melzer or Juan Passarelli or Kristen Ramson, or, you know, like anyone who is WikiLeaks inner circle, or especially like Niels Melzer, who's an outside observer, but significantly qualified to speak to what Julian is going through, because those kinds of conversations are what's going to filter in more into the mainstream. We're kept in such an algorithmic censorship bubble here that it's hard to reach new people. So we're not going to be able to do that unless we get the kind of guests that we have here on Action for Assange, or that have appeared frequently back when Unity for Jay was a thing. They need to be in more mainstream circles, and I 100% count Joe Rogan as a mainstream outlet. You know, it's the same way that I do that TYT is a mainstream outlet.
On the A4A and MCSC side, I actually just put a link into chat for the booking page on Joe Rogan's website, where you can put in inquiries or request guests for the podcast, or submit yourself as a guest. I think it would be awesome if people could. I don't want to make this a formal call to action and like put this out there for everyone, but I think doing it in a kind of intimate stream setting is okay. So please ask the Joe Rogan Experience through that contact page to interview Niels Melzer, or to interview Kevin Gostola or Christian Hoffman and all of these other people that Steve's mentioning. And that site is where you would go to do it. We have a great ability to leverage calls to action here, and I don't want to and I will not put it out as a formal call to action on the website, but I think putting it in the actual stream itself is okay. So if you guys,
I'll make sure at some point before I go to work today to put that into the Action for Assange Discord. If you would like to join the Action for Assange Discord, we'll try to get that invite link into my chat. And
it's just
hopefully
actionforassange.com/discord.
actionforassange.com/discord.
Yep.
That's actionforassange.com/discord. This morning's show has been brought to you by Lavazza Coffee.
Red Bull
#1 coffee.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, man.
I'm on my second Red Bull, and I already drank 2 kitchen glasses of coffee. So I just want to say
that's the people. Like y'all motherfuckers looked at me weird that morning when I grabbed the fucking tall pint glass and was like, "This is where my coffee goes." But the alternative was a coffee cup like that big, and it wasn't really doing anything.
Yep.
Might as well fucking dump gallons of that shit into your gullet immediately. I have moved on from coffee to Kratom and a healthy dose of nicotine. I had a guy who was watching the show yesterday who tweeted at me. It was like, it's amazing that you can get that wrecked and still carry on that conversation with Elizabeth Fawcett. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, dude? I haven't got high on camera in like over a year now. And he's like, oh, it's the way you were holding in your cigarette smoke. And I was like, dude, I gotta make all this count.
Right?
It looks like we are 8 minutes back from recess. We have the Defense Assange account putting out one of the first tweets since we've got back. They said, back from recess, Jacob Augustine is unavailable at the moment. The defense is preparing to call Andy Worthington, but the prosecution complains that they only heard the way he may testify this morning.
So fucking what? Seriously. So fucking what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
like, the very first comment under that too, by the way, is from Friends of WikiLeaks, and it says this from the prosecution that routinely emails 300-page packages of documents for defense witnesses to review in the middle of the night on the day of their testimony. So I really fuck you in the neck with a chainsaw for complaining about this, because it's not as if you haven't had the witness list from the defense or their skeleton arguments for the better part of 2 months now.
And what we're going to do, because we have a copy of, it's actually 368 pages, and I'm a really slow reader. But what we're going to do, because we love everyone and hate ourselves so much, we are going to go through that document, pull out the factual inaccuracies, and the whole thing's factual inaccuracy, but the really heinous ones. So that way we can put it in front of people, so that way they can judge what the prosecution is trying to do and trying to argue. Because when you actually see it and you pick apart what the Department of Justice is saying, it's horrifying. The statements and positions that they're taking in regards to our civil liberties. So that may be Tuesday, which is tomorrow during the actual full vigil. But I just want to put that out there that we have the documents, and we will be
documents, ladies and gentlemen, they're right in front of us right now,
and we will be going through them. I accidentally deleted everything on my phone yesterday. That was fucking so I am
never gonna let you live that down. By the way,
live it down. But so I have to re-get all of the information that I had. But we did find a place where we can get all of the witness statements accurately. So the ones that they don't cover in court, we may throughout this time or in an evening read through witness statements as they're coming out. And even if they've already been covered and been in court, it may be worth going through a couple, like the El Masuri witness statement and David Yates, I believe his name was, and a few others. Yes. So we are going to
and Khalid Al Masri.
Yes. So we are going to be picking through those relatively soon.
So Juan Passerelli confirms what the Defense Assange account tweeted out. Juan says Fitzgerald says they're calling Andy Worthington to the stand, and Lewis has the shamelessness to complain about getting information about who is getting last minute information about the witnesses. I wanna just take a second to like really appreciate the people who are live tweeting this, because there's a certain irreverence to the coverage that I couldn't do without. You know, it's the brief editorializing from people who are very closely affected by all of this, really. That just fucking it gets me through it. This has been, if nothing, it's been an exercise in the flexing of state power through as much coercion without violence as humanly possible. And that's not even accurate, because the violence is taking place in the form of physical and psychological torture when court is not in session and Julian is being transferred from place to place, and then is spending the rest of his waking hours in solitary confinement in the Guantanamo Bay of the United Kingdom. If anyone in the chat has any questions, please go ahead and throw them at us, and I am going to see if Kevin has anything up yet. No, so let's go to Mo. I really enjoy having the options again of how we're going to deliver this coverage. It is, and again, if you missed this earlier, I did say this about at the top of the show. We are hoping to have a panel for Saturday's vigil comprised entirely of journalists who have been granted access to the court proceedings. So it'll be 3 different individuals who have followed this minute by minute, who all have entirely different perspectives, and that is really the best part of all of this coverage, is that we can get the most complete possible picture of what's going on, because everyone who's commenting on it sees it a little bit differently. Like, there's some uniformity in the fact that the prosecution is openly mocked because they're blowing this case like they live in the Tenderloin and need to pay rent.
God damn it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh boy.
It's early, man.
Okay, so as of 2 minutes ago, they're discussing if Worthington should even be produced as a witness or not. And QC Lewis has made the argument that whether Guantanamo detainees have been tortured is irrelevant. That is significant callousness on the part of the defense. Holy fuck. I'm gonna go ahead and put that up on the share screen just so you guys can see this with your own freaking eyeballs. This is a quote from, or a summation of a statement from James Lewis, Queen's Counsel. Whether Guantanamo detainees have been tortured is irrelevant. That is the official position, apparently, of the U.S.-backed prosecution.
And that's brutal. We had earlier in the court proceedings, I don't remember which week or day, that the prosecution argued you can't reveal that torture happened, because if you do, people are going to get mad that we're torturing people. That was an argument by the prosecution. Like, torture papers have to be secret because people get upset that we're torturing folks. So that's
tortured some folks.
It's inconceivable that this trial can go on. Mary Kostakidis said, well, I'll start here. Lewis is trying to make her reply on the court's decision without hearing the witness. This is 1 minute ago. Summers said, and that's the defense attorney Summers, even if you have to make no findings as to whether anyone was tortured, it is relevant that the information disclosed by WikiLeaks suggested that. The judge, while that is important, asks Lewis whether he accepts that. Lewis said, "We do not dispute that the cables have been interpreted by some people," and continues a tweet marked 3 seconds ago, "to be evidence of torture, but the U.S. does not accept that there has been." Summers says, the other issue is who published the material and in what order. Worthington will state WikiLeaks was last to publish. The Telegraph and other media partners published first. And so this is more or less the theme of today, is who put this information out first. Lewis, in response to Summers' statement about who published first, Lewis says, "We do not accept that."
And this isn't accepting the reality that WikiLeaks actually didn't publish the shit first.
Yeah, that's what Lewis is arguing. And this is an hour and 20 minutes after the prosecutor and the judge both agreed that WikiLeaks did not publish the unredacted names of informant or the unredacted information first. So this is pretty gross. I think would be the only real.
I mean, you know,
so if Tim Lewis was on the stand, right, he would have responded, "Well, we don't accept your prosecution of journalists," right? So I just want to make sure that that's out there, because we, as the citizens of the world, do not accept what is happening. So Lewis trying to not accept what is happening is not acceptable, because 20 minutes ago, or an hour and 20 minutes ago in court, it came out that the prosecution and the judge did accept this. So I'm interested to see where this leads to next in all this.
Sorry, I'm responding to my chat here.
Wow, I'm hyper dyslexic. We did not expect that.
So just to kind of give some additional background information, as of today, this is Monday of week 3 of these hearings, with 3 separate applications submitted. Amnesty International's observer has still not been given access to the hearings. I would assume that would also include the other 48 or 49 NGOs who had applied to observe these procedures, including Reporters Without Borders. We should probably hit up Rebecca Vincent at some point this week.
I think it would be really interesting to get Rebecca Vincent and Mike Bellington on together to talk about the particulars and implications of this from her standpoint as an international observer defending free press, and his standpoint as someone that reports on intelligence agencies.
I know that you want to have hippie moderated crossfire, Andrew, but like I'm not sure if I'm down for that. You're gonna have to sell me. Maybe the audience is gonna have to sell me.
But I think that would be an interesting perspective, someone that does hardcore national security journalism speaking with someone that does hardcore advocacy for the ability for journalists to even exist. So I think that would be a cool conversation. But at the end of the day, it's not even up to us. It's up to if the guests can come on at those times.
Although, having said that, I totally want to see a character voice off between David Barsemian, who spoke at the Denver event on Saturday that we live streamed, and Ray McGovern. I think that character voice off would be fucking hysterical. I really do.
I love Ray's voices, man. That shit's great. It's
And
the best part of story time.
They used different dialects of German accents. Both of them did. Ray did, and David Barsemian did at different points. David's speech, and then when Ray was on the other day.
So good.
I'm still not entirely awake yet. I'm getting there. Putin.
Do
Yeah.
we have any questions in chat that we could check out?
I don't think we have any. It's just been pretty much chatter.
Yeah, the usual Vault 7 jumpsuits and shit like that. You know. Good morning, RSFO, or good afternoon, RSFO.
If you guys have questions, we are on a bunch of different channels. We're on Slow News Day, MCSC, Action for Assange, as well as all
Thanks, by the way, to Mr. Nico House and the MCSC network for letting us stream on their platform now. I'm not paying attention to that chat. I'm sorry about that.
I'm watching that one. It comes up in the restream feed. So if anyone posts in there, it comes, at least for my eyes, on this side.
Right on. But yeah, and for the people who are watching us on the MCSC network, this is like the second time that we've streamed on this channel. So welcome. I hope that you are finding yourselves well and good at home. Please ask questions if you have them. You can follow Action for Assange on Twitter at action4_Assange. You can follow me on Twitter at Slow News Day Show. And yeah, like we encourage audience participation and engagement, because without you guys, we're just a couple of fucking schmucks sitting around yelling into a camera.
I'd still do so.
With you guys.
And again, we appreciate everybody that's covering this. Nico and Pasta have done a great job helping us promote DC as well as others. I do, while we have a little bit of a lull, want to talk about what we have planned for this week, but I will only bring up today's action because we have a lot of other things going on, like the court proceedings. We are in DC. We will be in DC for another week. Court may does look like it's going to be extending into a fourth week, which will put it outside of September. We have the House here until Friday before our Friday action. But today we are going back to the British Embassy. I did not go and wake them up this morning. I did yesterday with a permit, with an approved permit. The way DC works, there's a noise ordinance that ends at 7 a.m. After that point, you can be as loud and ruckusful as you wish for the most part. We did pull permits, but in DC, if you have less than 25 people, you don't even have to do a permit. We just do it as a technicality to say, hey, we're trying to follow all of the proper procedure here. So we got that approved for today, and we will be going to the British Embassy again, which I really look forward to, because when we were there during week one, the British literally walked out and asked the Secret Service to quiet us down, and the Secret Service told them they're here to protest. We're not going to quiet them down. So credit to those people within the Secret Service that respected our First Amendment right to defend the First Amendment.
And even if they don't, and they just wanted to spite the Brits, we'll take that too.
Yes.
We will.
We do have a badminton set, which for everyone who doesn't know, badminton is a British game that was invented while the British Empire was empiring around the world.
It's a stupid ass game. I hate that fucking game.
We just don't have a place to set it up appropriately outside of the British Embassy because everything's on a hill. There's like one little island of non-military, non-British property, but you can't even stretch the net across the whole thing.
Real quick, though, thanks to a gentleman who calls himself Peace Hook Chris for the badminton set. He gave that to us the very, I guess it was the second action that they did, but it was Monday, September 7th, the day that Julian's hearing began, and we were in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Chris is a gentleman that we had ran into when we were in DC in February, and found ourselves at Alex Jones's event. Found ourselves completely hijacking Alex Jones's event and flipping it into a free Julian Assange rally, which I mischief managed.
So we did have a question come through on Twitter. If I'm not mistaken, this is week 3 of the Assange trial. How long is it expected to go on, and where can I get an overview? If you go on YouTube and look up Shadowproof or go to their website, you can get overviews there. Craig Murray's
Consortium News has been putting out really good breakdowns at the end of the days.
Yeah, so every day at noon East Coast time, on Consortium News's website, or on Consortium News's YouTube channel, rather, Joe Lorio will do 12 to 20 minutes of daily recap. Kevin Gastola on Shadowproof's YouTube channel will do about the same 15 to 20 minutes of daily recap. As far as like a giant overview of the court case, it's a little bit harder to find because it has been almost 2 full weeks of testimony. So it's a little bit too substantive to put all into one show. However, this past Saturday, 2 days ago, Consortium News did what they called the extra edition because they're fucking clever. And that included interviews with John Pilger and Dan Ellsberg. Ellsberg, of course, testified on Wednesday of last week, and was actually treated pretty deferentially by the prosecution, which I was both grateful for and surprised by.
So I want to circle back because we have a bunch of new tweets out from Defense Assange. That's at Defense Assange on Twitter. This is as of 18 minutes ago. The prosecution says the position is similar to that regarding El Masuri's statement. They do not want to stipulate things like political determinations. The defense explains Worthington's statements that Worthington's statement includes that other courts found the Guantanamo Bay detainees had been tortured. The defense does not need this court to determine that they were tortured, but wants to accept that other courts have determined that. This is linked to the defense's argument that the result of the publications by WikiLeaks were. Prosecution says your position is that it's completely, or our position is that it's completely irrelevant, referring to the prosecution or a statement by the prosecution. Still debating what the parties can agree to on the statement. The prosecution says the U.S. doesn't want the U.S. wasn't a party to the Strasbourg quote. The defense notes that it's included in the Senate torture report. The defense also notes that Worthington's statements include the fact that the Telegraph published Gitmo detainee assessment briefs before WikiLeaks. Prosecution agrees on the chronology.
Chronology.
Disagrees on, sorry. Thank you. The prosecution disagrees on the chronology, so Worthington will have to be called. The judge says he can ask just that portion. So we are going to be having Worthington taking the stand here, which I think is wonderful. The last tweet that came out just a couple minutes ago, 2 minutes behind, I believe.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Trying to prevent future delays, scheduling issues, we may soon have another recess for the parties to reach agreements about witnesses and the schedule. Defense references a statement from Cassandra Fairbanks, unclear if it's been agreed to yet.
And if I had to guess, that may be the statement about Rick Grinnell and the British ambassador's work to facilitate the purchase of Julian Assange by the UK at the behest of the United States by making that $4.2 billion international monetary loan fund to Moreno, I hope that's right, in Ecuador.
It's either that or it's her one-woman vigil in front of the embassy when she basically stopped an assassination attempt against Julian. Those are probably the two most noteworthy contributions that Cass has made in terms of this case.
And I think she was the one as well that went to the embassy to inform Julie. This is according to her statements that we got from the first week when we interviewed her with Jason Burmis. She said that she was the one that actually went to inform Julian that the prosecution was going to be focusing on the Manning documents. So I think that that's a really important thing too, because the way that she got that information is very, very important and relevant to showing how this situation is political.
If you're unfamiliar with that story, what happened was back in, I believe it was 2017, Cass got put into a Twitter DM group with a number of mid to higher ranking Trump administration officials, including not Grinnell, but what's his name?
The German ambassador?
That was Grinnell. God damn it. It'll come to me.
We'll grab the video and replay it at some point on the vigil.
We never cleaned up the audio of that. It's pretty.
You can't hardly hear it.
We cleaned it up as much as we possibly could, but it's still pretty shitty.
That's what happens in a hotel lobby.
I think the best copy of that, I think, is on Burmis's channel.
Yeah. Next time something like that happens, we will live stream and then also have a separate device just recording, so that way we can get quality audio.
Well, that wasn't even a planned thing. That was from the crash.
No.
I know. That was very like, whoa, this is happening. Let's keep it.
Holy shit, we have this one opportunity to get this interview. Yeah, it's in a noisy hotel bar, but fuck it. We do it live. The last time I said that, Jason Burmis magically appeared in my chat. So maybe
that's awesome.
It's kind of like Beetlejuice. If you say we'll do it live 3 times during this
what was I gonna? I had something earlier that. Oh yeah, but anyway, let me finish the story about this.
Hold on, real quick, because we have a update 31 seconds ago by Kevin Gastola. Lewis, the prosecutor, suggests Worthington's evidence may be submitted as a statement like al-Masuri's, but Assange wants him called. So this is the point where we need to keep some eyes on this, because the last time that Lewis said he didn't want someone to be cross-examined, any tech problems that we're just going to have to submit the statement anyways. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's tech issues that come up when Worthington comes to present and does get cross-examined. If he does, I hope he does get to be cross-examined. But I'm also interested in if they're going to pull in El-Masuri again and not let him testify because of the technological issues. So I just thought that was, you can continue. I just wanted to put that out there as it was happening.
So in, I believe, January of 2019, because of information that she had received in this DM group, Cassandra had gone to visit Julian in the embassy and told him, after having all of her devices taken from her, and then however many scans UC Global decided to give the CIA, did that, she was going in there to have him sign a book for her boyfriend at the time, and she told him, so I found out through this DM group that I'm in that the charges that are going to be levied against you directly relate to the Manning leaks. And in less than 48 hours, she received a series of threatening text messages. And god damn it, dude, I'm gonna have to go find out who that was, because it's bugging the shit out of me.
But she also leaked I believe it was two phone calls that Rick Grinnell. That was later. Okay, that was after she put out some information on Twitter that was already public, and Rick Grinnell literally yelled at her because the administration would get mad that information is proliferating. So I hope all of this gets to come out when Cassandra testifies, because it is the key thing in the fact that this is a political case. Or one of the key things. Not that everyone doesn't already know that, but to get it entered into court record would be rather big. Do we know, wish I could have asked Kevin this because I don't think it's been fully addressed yet. Do we know if UC Global has been, that court case has been admitted into?
It hasn't. Nothing about UC Global has been discussed so far. In fact, the U.S. government is trying everything they possibly can to not allow any testimony for relating to the UC Global case.
Hopefully it will be through Cassandra's statements that may come in. Not to like try to jinx anything, but she was someone who does get to testify, that I believe does get to testify, that was directly impacted by UC Global's aggressive and authoritarian surveillance and illegal surveillance of Julian, because she was literally locked in a closet for a few hours, if I remember the story right, at the behest of the people guarding the Ecuadorian embassy.
Yeah.
But Kevin put out another tweet following the last one that we read. So just to read the last one again, Lewis, the prosecutor, suggested Worthington's evidence may be submitted in a statement as like El Masuri's was, but Assange wants to call him onto the stand. Judge Breitzer asks if the defense wanted her to make her finding. Judge Breitzer asked if the defense wanted her to make a finding that the Gitmo detainees were subject to torture. Summers says yes, that they were found to have been. Breitzer plainly states that she would not issue such a finding on any detainees. So you have Vanessa Breitzer, concierge of the State Department, once again doing her due diligence to make sure that information in this court hearing is suppressed, to the point that she's not willing to accept the findings of other court cases and the Senate torture report, to say, yes, there was torture that happened to these people, which would then open the door for the public interest to be once again brought up in court.
So for my own edification and for clarity, the liaison that Cassandra Fairbanks was both speaking with and threatened by is named Arthur Schwartz. I just had it in front of me and then I switched screen. Do Arthur Schultz. I thought it was Schwartz. It is Schultz. So what had happened is Cass goes into the embassy, tells Julian, hey, this is what your charges are going to be related to. Within 48 hours, she is accosted on the phone by Arthur Schultz, who had direct information of her conversation with Julian Assange. And that is when it dawned on her, and then by nature of her reporting, everyone who read it, that the security measures that Julian had taken in order to not be spied on in the embassy were not working, and that there were levels of surveillance that he did not have the tools to counter at the time, because there is no other conceivable way that Arthur Schultz would have known what they discussed unless they were eavesdropping on the conversation.
Which is tantamount to committing espionage, I believe would be the proper term for that.
Let's see. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not.
So Kevin Gastola's thread continues. Judge Breitzer asked if the defense wanted to make the finding that the Gitmo detainees were subject to torture. Summers says yes, that they were found to have been. Breitzer plainly stated that she would not issue such a finding on any detainees. The judge was still testifying.
You got to reread that second one. You cut out for the whole time.
The judge was persuaded that Worthington should be permitted to still testify, but upset that the defense didn't notify prosecutors until this morning that they may need to cross-examine him today. However, they did not know until last night that Worthington was available. Judge Breitzer said she feels, and I quote, this is happening on a piecemeal basis, referring to the scheduling of witnesses, and that it was all thrown out of kilter by the quote unquote COVID scare on day 4. The defense has dealt with witnesses who had conflicts with rescheduling for a week or so. Just because that COVID scare was mentioned, I will run through the story again. Day 4, week 1 of the court proceedings, lead prosecutor James Lewis woke up in the wrong building. He woke up in a flat in London instead of in his house. His laptop charger was sitting at his desk in court along with his official paperwork, implying to me that he had intended to appear in person that day for better cross-examination. He had 30 minutes of battery when he made that protest. He connected on a second device where the court's technology got in the way of him being able to see the court and having the court see him, but he was able to be heard, and he could still hear the court proceedings. So Vanessa Baratzer, to her credit, did say, we're still going to keep going with this. Lewis then argued he could not proceed with cross-examining witnesses in the way that he was able to connect to the court's technology. About 20 to 30 minutes after that, Claire Dobbins, the junior prosecutor who got slapped down on Friday that we reviewed in the vigil on Saturday, she decided that her husband may or may not have symptoms that could or couldn't be of coronavirus. So that shut court down Thursday and Friday. So again, it is the failure of the prosecution that this is happening. Julian Assange has been kept in basically 24-hour-a-day isolation for the last 500 days. If these prosecutors cannot follow a measure to keep themselves safe, it is, in my opinion, shouldn't be referred to as the COVID scare, but as prosecutorial incompetence. Because if they want the person on trial to be isolated 24 hours a day, they should be isolated 24 hours a day to make sure that they don't bring COVID into the court system. So just to catch everybody up there, it is the prosecution's fault that the witnesses have had to have been staggered and laid out in a different way, along with the amount of time that the prosecution was allowed by the court to cross-examine them. Because in some cases, it has been an excess of 4 hours that people have been cross-examined by the prosecution. Kevin continues, the judge is forcing the defense and prosecution to come together and go through the remaining witnesses to figure out whose testimony can be agreed upon for statements and who can't, and set out a calendar for the next week so they do not do this every day. There isn't any confusion over the next 4 days. Who the defense has scheduled are the medical professionals that will testify to Assange's health. So we had a question earlier about how long this is going to go. It's at least going to be into a 4th week, if not longer, as heinous as that sounds. So I'm just keeping that out there, that it's the UK court system, Vanessa Baratzer and Arbanath, who are the judges presiding over this, that are allowing the prosecution to drag this out a little bit on day 4, because we were watching live as that COVID scare, as Lewis woke up in the wrong house without any of his material.
So real quick, just for an update with where we're at in terms of the hearing. This is from the Assange defense account on Twitter. This is about 11 minutes ago. Lewis then again complains witnesses give long, complex answers, fucking cry about it, die mad. A half-hour recess now as they try to sort more testimony, agreement, and witness schedule privately, and that is likely that the statement by Cassandra Fairbanks will be read after that half-an-hour break. So that's where we're at right now. We're about a third of the way into another recess. This would be the 3rd break of the hearing this morning. We have managed to get through one witness. That's Christian Grothoff, who is a professor at Bern University in Germany. We are expecting testimony now, maybe from Andy Worthington, and also the reading of a prepared statement from Cassandra Fairbanks. So that's where we're at the moment. In the meantime, I want to encourage people again to support the outlets that are providing the live updates, who have access to the video feed and the court hearing. Kevin Gostola and Shadowproof, Consortium News, the Defend Assange campaign in general. Stella Morris has a fundraiser up. Please go look at that and consider donating to the Legal Defense Fund. They're already at about $500 million, I think. Like I think I may have that way wrong. Might be $500,000.
Ms. Assange put a tweet out, and I don't know the status of it right now, but I remember this from a couple days ago, where they were $32,000 short of the $150,000 goal. So I'm gonna find, because it's pinned everywhere, I'm gonna find Stella Morris's GoFundMe, and I'll pull that up and drop that in chat too. So let me hop over there.
Oz whistles in my chat. Lewis is lucky to have a brain cell left in his dome after that party last week. Of course, everything seems complex too.
Lewis is going to be lucky to have a fucking job after all of this. Dobbins and Joel Smith as well, because this is going heinously bad. But just as an update, they are at the Stella Morris's fundraiser is at 136,601 pounds. That sounds pretty heavy, but they still need about 24,000, a little less than that, because they are aiming for 150,000 pounds, at least for this current stretch goal. So I don't know how that adds up precisely, but I will drop this into chat. I don't know what the conversions are from pounds to
it's irrelevant.
dollars.
I think the pound's worth more.
It is by like 1.5 or 1.75. I'm gonna have to get out of here in the next like 25 minutes or half an hour. It is tragically rapidly approaching time for me to go to work. But in the meantime, I want to continue with the list of people who are covering this live. That if you are so inclined, please do support, and that's also going to include our good friend Mohammed Almazi, whose own website is called The Interregnum. He also writes out of Sputnik, Tariq Haddad, and Watchdog. Juan Passarelli, who you can support mostly by supporting his production company. Juan put out a documentary about a month ago. We were able to have him on a vigil a few weeks back. I think it was during the same weekend of the original release. It's a very, very well done film. We blasted it all over Washington, D.C. in the first week, including the captive audience we had, as well as the captive audience that we had inside the British Embassy. And let's see, I think I mentioned Consortium News. If not, going and you should be supporting CN anyway. Like there's very, very few outlets that are publishing not just the stuff that Joe and Elizabeth write, but also Ray McGovern gets published there. Every VIPS memo gets published there. John Kiriaku's work, it can be seen there frequently. Caitlin Johnstone. So they really they're really setting an example for how a fearless adversarial media organization is supposed to operate.
So we had some Defense Assange tweets come through 21 minutes ago, which gave an actual outlining of what was happening before they went on recess again. Prosecutor Lewis says many of these witnesses are repetitive. If they were all witnesses talking about different things, we'd move faster. The judge won't comment on a critique of the defense witness list, which hopefully is a good thing. Then the prosecution says it's unclear what some of the witnesses are testifying about. Lewis then complains that witnesses give long, complex answers. A half-hour recess is now in session, so they can sort out the testimony and witnesses scheduled privately. Fairbanks statements will likely be read after the break. So you literally have the prosecution again, James Lewis again, being an asshole to the judge. Why? They literally get everything they wanted. They denied this man, Julian, a bail release in the middle of the COVID pandemic scare. It's irreprehensible. It's disgusting. It's disgusting that Lewis still even continues to push it.
A glass cage at the Old Bailey. The Old Bailey did not have a human zoo prior to this hearing. Like the measures that the state has taken to interrupt a regular lawyer-client conversation are really unprecedented here. That's what, and Kevin was talking about this earlier when he joined us, that it's almost like a dare that the State Department is daring the judiciary to rule against them. It's based, like, if you're a sports fan or you watch American football at all.
Your audio just cut out really bad. Can you mute Andrew? Oh, he did.
He did. This is the Bill Belichick principle, where if a rule has to be made to stop you from doing something, and until then, what you're doing isn't illegal. It's shady as fuck, is what it is. But one more time, this is what's opening the door to prosecute not just journalists, but any of us who have viewed classified material.
And this is honestly,
it's important that we do an episode on the classification system, and I'm going to do everything in my fucking power to make sure that Dan Ellsberg is the guy to explain that.
And to drive a little point home here, even if hopefully Julian will get released from this, and at least given bail, if not have all of this just gone away. But there's another threat that then has been presented by the went for, and that is the prosecution in the U.S. of people that have viewed this information under the Espionage Act, because that is what the prosecution, Miss Claire Dobbins, argued on Friday, is that if you have viewed or distributed the WikiLeaks material directly referenced in this court case, but any classified information in general, then you can be held liable under the Espionage Act for distributing and handling classified information inappropriately. So even like that is one of the things that terrifies me, is the fact that now that has been presented in court, we have a very real possibility of someone domestically being prosecuted with that same level of, malice, and having it be directly in the Eastern District of Virginia, where we're not going to be able to follow it as hardcore as we do for this. And it'll probably be a person that isn't as much of a public figure as Julian is, just to try to get a precedent like that set, to amend the Espionage Act specifically to include wording that does allow, like, flagrantly everyone to be prosecuted for reading WikiLeaks disclosures.
Question in my chat from Haza. What are the consequences for the UK if they don't extradite? Is anything known about that? So in terms of consequences for failure to extradite, do you mean, like, would the US State Department retaliate against the UK for not fulfilling their desire to further torture Julian Assange? I don't know. I mean, what would happen And if for some miraculous reason extradition is denied on this first round, is that the state would immediately appeal. And it would go to a higher court in the UK, and we would see a rehash of the bail arguments, the compassionate release arguments, and then the UK appellate court, or their version of an appellate court, would be in charge of the next actual quote unquote extradition hearing. But that's about the extent of what I know. That's a question that I'm more than happy to ask Mohammed Almazi, who actually has a background in law prior to becoming a journalist. So hopefully we can, Mo can speak to that better than we can. However, everything that I said is accurate in terms of it going through appeal, and it's going to go to appeals no matter what happens. Either the state or the defense will appeal the decision that is made at the end of this hearing.
Yep. And if Julian's legal team does pull off a win and does get them to force the U.S. into the appeals process, the United States can still petition to have petition Baritzer and Abernath, whatever her name is, Arbuthnot, to continue to have Julian indefinitely detained. So that is a possibility as well. Even if the defense wins, the U.S. can request that Julian still be kept in jail.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, cartoon.
Right. Because, I mean, that's British justice, right? Like, that's what we're seeing here play out live, is a fair, open, and just trial according to everything that the UK says about itself and its own propaganda, that there is no higher quality of justice than the British open legal system, which is a joke. We don't even have information on Baritzer. So I am checking here to see. It's probably going to be worth going through just in and of itself Richard Medhurst's threads, because he provides so much context and such a great position on this. So I actually want to read his last tweet from 20 seconds ago, and this is prefaced with warning graphic. Judge Baritzer tells the defense she will not make a ruling on the detainees being tortured in Gitmo, despite it being established by the committee study, the Senate Torture Committee, of the CIA's detention and interrogation program. So I want to read just this section that he's linked here. At least 5 CIA detainees were subject to rectal rehydration and rectal feeding without the documented medical information necessary. The CIA placed detainees in ice water baths. The CIA led several detainees to believe they would never be allowed to leave CIA custody alive, suggesting to one detainee that he would only leave in a coffin-shaped box. One interrogator told another detainee that he would never go to court because we can never let the world know what I have done to you. CIA officers also threatened at least 3 detainees with harm to their families, to include threats of harm to the children of the detainees, threats to sexual abuse of the mother of a detainee, and the threat to cut a detainee's mother's throat. Why is that being omitted from court? This is one paragraph out of a Senate commissioned report. Like, Vanessa Baritzer doesn't want to rule that rectal rehydration is not torture, that literally raping someone and stuffing them full of food and water isn't torture.
So I'm no fan of Vanessa Breitzer, but from a like strictly legal standpoint, I'm not sure if it's even in her purview to make a determination on whether or not the U.S. government engaged in torture 10 years after the fucking torture report came out. Like
An
that
unclassified,
seems to be pretty
totally
irrelevant to me.
unclassified torture report.
Well, it wasn't a classified torture report because we've had Ray McGovern talk about how it became part of the Senate record. But that Brennan and Clapper did everything in their power to try and hold it up and prevent its release. There's a Consortium News article about it. Today's show is accidentally brought to you by Consortium News. We apologize in advance for the swear words. Sorry, Joe.
So just to read part of this statement, the full Senate committee report, which totals more than 6,700 pages, contains classified, remains classified, but only an official Senate, but is now an official Senate report. The full report has been provided to the White House, the CIA, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the Office of the National Director of Intelligence, in the hopes that it will prevent future coercive and torture practices and inform the management of other covert action programs. As the chairman of the committee since 2009, not me, but whoever refers to themselves as I, write to offer some additional views and context on this history. I linked this in chat, at least on our side, so I would like to encourage everyone to check it out because this is a 525-page long PDF with redactions in it, but it is not classified. And I don't know if we'll dig into this one too hard because this is a pretty intense topic and we've covered CIA torture programs a lot in this last 2 weeks. But I would like to at least pick it to pieces a little bit, but we have so many other documents that I don't know if we'll get to this in time by the trial ends, but it will be something that we look into. Do we have any movement from the court again? Let's see where we're at. Doesn't look like it. Yep, court. Let's see what the Defense Assange team. No, the last tweet from Defense Assange, just to remind everybody, Lewis then again complains that the witnesses give long, complex answers. A half an hour recess now as they try to sort out the testimony and statements of witnesses scheduling privately. Fairbanks' statement will likely be read after the break. I'm actually going to see here if I can find Cassandra's statement before we get into this, just so I can have it pulled up for everybody.
Is there a link to her statement?
There's a website that I found that hosts all the statements that I've verified is a good source of documents.
Is that someone?
No, that's not Cryptome. I don't even remember the name of it. I gotta check. It's Bridges for Media Freedom.
Oh, okay.
So I'm pulling up their website and I'm seeing if they have Fairbanks' statement up yet because they release them as they come out day by day. So, and they have a documents section. Sorry, we do it live here, guys. I apologize.
We do it live.
If we say it enough, Jason will show up. I fully believe that.
Oh, wow. Hey, if you are on Twitter and you are discussing this case, go to your analytics and look up just how grossly shadow banned all fucking reporting on this is. I have noticed a nearly complete fucking assassination of the reach that my Twitter account normally gets. That's unfortunate.
So I do not have the statement for Fairbanks from this source, and I don't know if it's on crypto.
I would be surprised if they released it before it's read in court.
I agree.
They can get in trouble for that.
I'm glad Craig Murray can still make it into the courtroom. If you guys haven't read Craig Murray's articles, he is absolutely wonderful at getting information out. He does Your Man in the Public Gallery. So he actually gets a perspective that he really only posts after the fact, that no other people are reporting on in this way. And Craig Murray, in and of himself, is a wonderful individual. Let me see. I'm going to put his website up here for everybody. Because he is, as of yesterday, he put Your Man in the Public Gallery, Assange hearing day 13. So I'm going to drop his website in here for everyone to take a look at. We have a question over in the Action for Assange chat on Twitch. Is this got to do with watchdogs? An interesting thing, just because I thought it was funny when we first started, just ironically. Twitch, I didn't know where to put the stream at on Twitch, only that we wanted it on there. And there was a new game being released called Watchdog Legions, that was specifically about individually working with, in the video game, individually working with citizens to stop corruption in government. I just thought it was pretty funny, and quite ironic. So I decided to tag the vigils under Watchdog Legion, as we've been doing them. There's probably a better place on Twitch. I don't know where it is because I don't regularly use Twitch like I should. But that is why
it'll just get it's owned by Amazon, man. It'll just get buried as well. I think so, anyway. I think Amazon.
Yeah, no. Twitch is a Bezos company.
That's what I thought.
And so is IMDb.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, they got their fucking
claws into
dirty
it.
little piggies and a bunch of dirty little pies. Let's see. Today's awkward moment of silence is brought to you by the internet.
I'm getting so tired, man. I'm exhausted.
I'm hoping that they come back here for the next couple of minutes, because I would like to get a couple of more updates in before I have to go.
So this is an interesting thing I got from Nico a little bit ago. He said, I won't read it verbatim, but that hashtagging free Assange may be hurting us in the algorithms. That he didn't get a notification from his own channel that this went live.
Oh yeah, so I get about half of the notifications, so we can always take that out.
Yeah, at least the
hashtag
doesn't particularly bother me. But if you guys didn't get a notification, I would be interested, because we are on Slow News Day.
I had a couple in Slow News Day chat. They didn't get one.
The Cassandra Fairbanks statement is being read live in court right now. So let me.
You're breaking up.
Case live as it is coming out. We are relying on those who have access to the cloud video platform to be live tweeting. So let me click through here to see where the updates are and what everyone's saying. Just refreshing all the Twitter threads. Defense Assange says, back from recess. Turns out they need more time to discuss and agree upon the witnesses. So we have adjourned again until 4 p.m. London time. And that was the last statement from Defense Assange. Mohammed Almazi puts out this 41 seconds ago, probably closer to a minute and a half. The court has briefly sat and then re-adjourned until 4 p.m. as Mark Summers, QC, says the defense and the prosecution are making some progress regarding the matter of witness statements, but it remains unclear whether another witness will in fact be read into a witness statement will in fact be read into court as initially expected. So we may not get the witness statement of Cassandra Fairbanks being read into court. That's kind of what this feels like to me by the way that he's saying it. If it is not read into court, we will find it if it is put on the internet and we will read it to you. Player and informing Julian about this whole case as we've gone over a few times. So that's disheartening and disturbing at the same time.
It's just it's more of dragging this out and more of making it disconnected in the mind and memory of not only Baratzer, but everyone in the public gallery, everyone who's got an opportunity to view these proceedings or report on them. The discontinuous nature of this entire hearing seems intentional. Like it's really hard to just keep calling all of these things glitches or coincidences. Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. It really is. And a question for my chat: Who are we referring to as Scruffy Bear? Because that's adorable.
I don't know. I'm starting to zone out a bit. I'm tired.
All right. Congratulations to the Action for Assange Twitter account, which just hit over 6,000 follows.
Nice.
And yeah, I should probably get on out of here and get my ass to work. Let me thank Kevin Gostola for popping in a couple of times, for all of the people who were live tweeting this morning that we were able to read out and assist in providing coverage of this. Thanks to Sleepy Josh for not going to fucking bed and running the ones and twos.
I slept 3 hours.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You know, I took my ass to bed like fairly early and got something like 4.5 hours total, which is about my normal anyway.
Foot types.
So when is 4 o'clock?
That's another half hour, I think.
Another half hour. Do we want to just maybe put up a timer screen, or do we want to just call it?
Well, if it's 4 o'clock in the UK, they're just going to rejoin to recess again. They've been ending these proceedings by like 3 p.m. every day. Yeah,
I just don't want to miss the live coverage of the Cassandra statement if it does come out.
I will read this out from my chat. Watchman says, FYI, Tampa will be having a Million Mask March again this November 5th. Sweet. November 5th, worldwide, the Million Mask March will be taking place. If you, I believe if you go to Anonymous Worldwide, you can find a full event schedule. If I'm wrong about that, Watchman, please throw it in the chat.
I think there's a Discord for it and stuff too, and there's events.
Yeah, a Million Mask March Discord server. I believe that's invite only though.
Yeah, there's going to be an event in Akron, Ohio as well,
which is 45 minutes away from me.
Yeah, that's near where I'm moving. So I might be there. You never know.
You won't know because you'll have a map.
Either LA or DC for November 5th. I actually need to reconfirm that LA is having one. But I will definitely show up for that.
I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they are having one there. I'm kind of foggy on the list because I'm tired, but
yeah,
I can find that out today.
So just to give a quick summary,
Watchman, just so you know, it's never far away.
So do we want to do a quick summary of court if we're going to wrap up right now? Just kind of what happened for the day.
Sure.
So this morning we had a relatively new, this is like the third tier hitter here, Joel Smith for the U.S. prosecution, step up to question Grothish.
What?
Right? What was the witness's name today? I hate names. People should just names. But
Andre.
I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Grothoff.
So Grothoff. Joel Smith, who is a new face essentially in the prosecution's proceedings here, questioned Grothoff and had attempted to not discredit him because his credentials are relatively impeccable, but to discredit the people and media outlets that WikiLeaks had worked with while publishing this information. I would say the biggest development out of court today is the fact that the judge and the prosecution were both forced to agree with the defense that it was not WikiLeaks who released any unredacted information, that it was David Lee in his book that published the key to get the unredacted documents, and that WikiLeaks had made attempts to make sure everything was redacted, as we know from previous court hearings. So the fact that the prosecution can no longer argue about who released first and who is culpable is pretty huge, because the prosecution literally opened the door today to prosecuting David Lee for what Julian is on trial for right now. So that was one of the biggest developments out of court today. Is there anything you think is worth highlighting as a big milestone?
So we've aside from the timeline thing, or the David Lee thing, like we've established, because again, the bulk of Christian Grothoff's testimony was about the release of the password to the Cablegate, and who was culpable for it, where the burden of ownership for the release of full unredacted names of informants and diplomats and whatnot were released. So we've got not just the prosecution and the judge admitting that ultimately, really, David Lee is more responsible for this than Julian Assange, but we've got we spent a whole 15 minutes, or at least the prosecution, the defense, and the judge spent a whole 15 minutes arguing over the timestamp on a tweet. That was pretty ridiculous. Once again, the prosecution's only tactic with a witness seems to be to try and discredit them or their expertise, or to show that they're biased. That is not working out for them. There's an exchange that I would like to reiterate here between Johnny Bush League, Joel Smith, third tier prosecutor, and Christian Grothoff. The prosecution apparently read the open letter to Donald Trump in 2017 calling for an end to the prosecution into WikiLeaks that Grothoff had signed. The question was, do you think the prosecution in America is a, quote, step into darkness? Quote, that's a quote from the letter. This is Grothoff. I think it's dangerous for press freedom. Yes. Johnny Bush League. So do you have an interest in how this case comes out? Grothoff says, I, of course, have a view that this prosecution seems unfair, but I tried to look if there was a case for the prosecution, and I did not find that evidence. Johnny Bush League says, so you're biased. Grothoff replies, no, I believe you're confusing actions WikiLeaks made to hide the documents with publishing them. So I say that you are wrong and did not properly do your homework as to who published them first. So I think it's unfair that you charged him with publishing them. And that was a significant exchange right there. once again, prosecution relying incredibly heavily on what is essentially a work of fiction from David Lee and Luke Harding, instead of, what actually happened. I would love to see David Lee hauled into this courtroom. I would love to see that. I would love to see him put to the question by Mark Summers. As to whether or not that's going to happen, I don't know. David Lee, MI6. So here's the thing, man. If you work for the Guardian, you don't necessarily have to be actively employed by the UK intelligence services. They make you an asset through excessive use of D notices, and the sort of self-censorship that would take place in the US is more or less legally mandated by the D-notice system. I mean, we can. There's a lot of words that I can use to describe David Lee, but employee of MI5 or MI6 is not one of them. Yeah. Complete fuckweasel.
And then
shit stain.
The other big development, if this van drive by, the other big development today was Vanessa Baraitser specifically affirming that she will not consider anything about torture as torture, that she will not allow that discussion to happen, that any court reports, the Senate Intelligence Committee report on torture will be omitted and will not be allowed to be discussed, and she will make no determination, even though the determination was already made previously about the use of torture by the CIA. She does not have to make a determination that the CIA employed torture programs. There are other courts around the world that have made this determination, as well as the United States Congress itself in its own torture report made that determination. So she is literally just refusing evidence that would allow the defense to argue in the public interest. So that was one of the other big key takeaways.
All right. Well, I've really got to bounce now.
So. Okay. I think I'm going to just go ahead and wrap it up. If Cassandra Fairbanks' statements do get read, we will go live later. Probably this evening after everything's concluded for the day, because we do have some actions to do in about 4 hours or 3.5 hours. So if court does go back in session, we will cover it at the end of today. But with that said, I would like to thank everyone for watching. I would like to thank the MCSC network for allowing us to broadcast this early on their platform. And ultimately, I would like to thank everybody for watching and participating, because we are trying to make sure that this case is not forgotten and that full context can be given as the proceedings go through, because we're not given a public feed. So thank you, Josh. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Kimber, and everyone else behind the scenes that helps make this happen in real time. You can find us on Twitter at action_Assange. You can find me at Andrew Zigmund, Zigmund.
I'm Steve Poikinen. In addition to this, I host a show called Slow News Day. You can find it on YouTube by typing in Slow News Day Podcast into your search bar. I'm also on Rockfin and D Live. I just had a wonderful conversation with Elizabeth Lee Voss yesterday. So please do go check that out if you haven't. The post-show conversation that I had with Elizabeth Voss too was just so fucking cathartic, and I'm so very glad that none of that got recorded. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks again to Kevin Gastola for popping in. Hopefully we can continue with that with not just Kevin, but other people who have been covering this case via the live video feed throughout the week. Thank you, Andre, Mean Panda, Sleepy Josh, on the ones and twos, and we will see you guys later. Good luck to us all.